bends. If you think it harder for them to follow the sin, every man is in the dream. I'm on the block with a rock.
Energy, increased forest cover, conservation.
Careful, cause time will stop what you're thinking. Your enemy don't give a fuck about what you've been thinking or what you've been planning. I think the 22 will leave a hole in you just the same as a can and stick to the shadows and river bends. If you think it harder for them to follow the sin, every man is chasing a dream. I'm on the block with a rock and a scheme. Got to skip the stones on the river of life. That's why we live so right. Caught up in the ripples, me my brothers who were pissed off and angry like a leader of starved and temple. They fed this greed and now we hit the streets and breathe. I wonder if they really ready for me. I keep my machete ready in case they change their tongue talking to me. Yeah, the child that they ever released from juvie. My life is like a horror movie with too many sequels. Never really got along with other people. My foster parents thought that I was evil cause they caught me rolling Bibles in the church steeple. I wonder if God listens, and if he does he hear me screaming in the sky every time I buzz? Mama, Muhammad died thugs, whoever selling drugs. I found myself to rip and cut with all the other thugs. And in the end I'm just a modern day pirate disciple of silence, sworn in silence. Mama, I'm a thug, and I'm always gonna be this way. Even if they love me up, they'll never release me again. Mama, I'm a thug, and I'm always gonna be this way. Even if I die, I'ma take my cause to the grave. Mama, I'm a thug, and I'm careful, cause time will stop what you're thinking. Your enemy don't give a fuck about what you've been thinking or what you've been planning. I think the 22 will leave a hole in you just the same as a can and stick to the shadows and river bends. If you think it harder for them to follow the sin, every man is chasing a dream. I'm on the block with a rock and a scheme. Got to skip the stones on the river of life. That's why we live so right. Caught up in the ripples, me my brothers who were pissed off and angry like a leader of starved and temple. They fed this greed and now we hit the streets and breathe. I wonder if they really ready for me. I keep my machete ready in case they change their tongue talking to me. Yeah, the child that they ever released from juvie. My life is like a horror movie with too many sequels. Never really got along with other people. My foster parents thought that I was evil cause they caught me rolling Bibles in the church steeple.
Yeah. What up? It's drama. I'm power tripping with money popping my collar on that hood shit. Fresh out of jail, straight to the dollars. Got a good connect, he never ace. Oh, on a product, hit the block and watch the money rise. Bread in the oven, pockets full of stuffing. Never catch me clubbing, but I ain't show the money, then the hoes come running. Wake up, get the paper like the free press coming. But enough about that. Hold up, let me spit a rap for these assholes, bang. With a crack flow, cops in the front, and I'm dipping through the back door. Frostbite on my toes, damn, almost lost those. Running through the snow in my socks, trying to dodge fuck. My jail days was the worst days. Sipping watered down juice when you thirsty. Real talk, the 3.5 for them. That's 1,276 mornings while my baby mama was out home telling me stories. They like who your baby daddy is. Better call Murray. Used to roll up at your mama's with a bag full of Tonys and a pocket full of money. Not the kind that she would loan me now. Sickest kid rapping still. Like someone called a doctor cause the rap is ill. Here, take another pill. Fake rappers acting still. I've been on my A game. Shit never lacked the skill. Real.
Yeah, I dream. Well, I'm wide awake. I might lose it all. That's the risk I take. Yeah, I dream. Well, I'm wide awake. Turn up the beat. I refuse to fade. Yeah, I dream. Well, I'm wide awake.
I remember the Board of Education rule that says the teacher can't appear in public in a slip. Well, I'm going to help.
Wide awake. Like turn up the beat. I refuse to fade. Yeah, I dream. Running out of options. Swerving through the stop signs. On cracks that cash just to pass time. Black gun, black mask. Get a
4-door G-Ride. Ooh, what it be like to live a G-life? All I know is sacrifice, long days, cold nights in the city where the dreams go to die. I'm puffing on the weed cause you gotta stay high. I'm sipping on the liquor cause the gangsta die quicker. These are the bloodshot eyes of a killer. I put that on my flag. I'm going hard till I'm in that body bag. In the back of the cab with a brick in a duffel bag. Yeah, my pants sag as sure as the gun bag. We move on them as soon as they come in range. All grown ups to blame cops and robbers. Real cops, real guns, and real robberies. Got me dreaming about a better way. Still this rap shit help me get away. Something that they can't take away. This shit'll still play even when I'm in my grave. Yeah, it's Mr. Fuck the law. Mr. Fist against the jaw. Mr. When I'm done breaking down your door, you get pistol with the shore. Yeah, I climbed from the gutter. Had to grind for my bread and butter. I'd rather die than let my family suffer. Fucking undercover, eternal slumber. My voice boom like the god of thunder. From the sits to the keys, you ain't done what I done. You ain't seen what I've seen. I keep me in the streets, but I'm serving these fiends. Yeah, the gun's loaded. You don't really want to see the bell smoking.
Chill off, motherfucker.
Yeah, I dream while I'm wide awake. I might lose it all, that's the risk I take. Yeah, I dream while I'm wide awake. Turn up the beat, I refuse to fade. Yeah, I dream while I'm wide awake. I might lose it all, that's the risk I take. Yeah, I dream while I'm wide awake. Turn up the beat, I refuse to fade. Yeah, I dream
To the blocks, bring it back to the basics, keeping the whole hood on lock with the street combination, bringing it back to the days when Pocket Big made a statement. In the hood, ain't nothing changed, struggle daily for the pain. I was raised the place for the product you wages. See, I came up, able to strap begging the page, a hustle talking to strangers, a life of danger. See, simple get to change, still living with anger. Try to push my limit, I hate you, but love my haters. Foes on the street trying to fade us, but never could.
Everybody's gonna fucking die. I should have bought one of those air filters.
Going hard till my number call. Trust me, dog. You ain't prepared to do what I'm prepared to do. Hold the guard. The artillery I got, cause you have like a chainsaw. Rat to tat, tat, tat. Bag down. Stop. Listen. What's that sound? Everybody look what's going down. Murder in the first degree, homicide in my crib, harassment. She just jammed the needle in her arm, now she can't speak. It's a cold world that we live in, take it from me. Yeah, in the end, everything I see and have seen is but a dream within a dream. Long days, cold nights, serving fiends. Just the life that we live, just the life that we live, just the life that we live, motherfucker. Just the life that we live, just the life that we live, just the life that we live, motherfucker. Just the life that we live, just the life that we live, just the life that we live, motherfucker. Just the life that we live, just the life that we live, just the life that we live, motherfucker. That king like revolution. You don't wanna fuck with this, I got homie on standby. Ready, let it rip. I suggest you call your legs, stop bumping your guard. Before you hurt someone you love. No remorse for my gut, no regrets for these clips. Cross me and I'll second bounce shit. Got an M16, copied up the black market shit. Big guns, big clips, you don't want any part of this. I'm on that leave you retarded shit. We ain't shit, not giving a fuck who started it. Try me, see how far you get. 4 goons in a stolen whip. Roll through, fuck your whole day up. Fucking clown, should've paid up. Not a grave digger putting in work. Covering your coffin in dirt. As far as I'm concerned, yeah, he got what he deserved. Just the life that we live, just the life that we live, just the life that we live, motherfucker. Just the life that we live, just the life that we live, just the life that we live, motherfucker. Just the life that we live, just the life that we live, just
Get your ass up out the car, nigga. Get the fuck out. Wreck yourself, nigga. Wreck yourself. Fuck school from the streets. Don't need a GED, SL crack, or the working class sleeps. Live my life on the beat, no matter what I'ma eat. If I'm a bum for a plate, might as well make it a feast. I go hard till I'm in that box. A little baking soda mixed with the cane, now we cooking rocks. Can't sleep too many jocks, I know they surveil me. Fuck them, let them watch. Satan's calling me on the clock. I had this dream, every night it's the same.
A lot of beats and one of the notes in the money.
Tell me what this mean. You can call it greed, I call it get mine by any means. Yeah, the KID, aka the Sandman, put him to sleep like rockin' bye-bye, baby. Will the sun come up tomorrow? I don't know, maybe. Yeah, I don't know, maybe. Yeah, the boy done lost his way. Walking like a master, where to stay. Yeah, the boy done lost his way. Nothing good here, all he found was pain. Yeah, the boy done lost his way. Walking like a master,
Just refuse to go outside ever again. And I'll just badger the telehealth people till it's a mental disorder that's recognized and they just send me food.
I was raised up west side, money motivated mind, fiends standing corners. How would these be on the fucking grind? Do this all the time, every day, you know I gotta ride. Money be a girl, say goodbye, cause now the bitch is mine. It's just another day, another crime, we live in the devil's way, like renegade. March Tuesday, grace, these are the end of days. Get on your knees and pray, like you're about to meet the Lord today. Slowly starting to fade, lost, living into an unconscious state. You don't want that fate, living life in the hood is for the soul. Just hold your folder, like a paper I used for my kush, time to roll up. So hi-hat court never showed up or what? So I let get fit to get more bucks. What that mean for a nigga like me? I might rob your whole family tree. Yeah, yeah. What that mean for a nigga like me? I might rob your whole family tree. Yeah.
Yeah, the boy done lost his way. Walking like a master, where to stay. Yeah, the boy done lost his way. Nothing good here, all he found was pain. Yeah, the boy done lost his way. Walking like a master, where to stay. Yeah, the boy done lost his way. Nothing good here, all he found was pain. Yeah, the boy.
La particularité avec ces dispositifs, c'est que vous avez la particularité avec ces dispositifs, c'est que
Yeah.
Gang like
Yeah,
records, gang like
yeah.
records.
I'm on this back. Yeah. Hunger driving my motivation, no tolerance, running short of patience. Skip gold, do not collect to run it. That's the shit that got me dreaming robberies. When pops left, it was the block that fathered me. Got a problem, load the weapon, that's how you solve it, that's what it taught to me. And it's how your face starting to bother me. Put me in the direction where the bottle be. Is it just how it's born to be? Some come to this world with diamonds and pearls, some come to poverty. But knowing that teachers right and wrong, how could you say that we wrong? This is all we know, so gotta be right. Or maybe it's left, but it's all we got left. And I love it till my last breath. Truly, peace and love to the ones that knew me and fuck the rest. I mean it, and she knows. But I walk up this door, it might be for the last time. They say the stars burn the brightest right before they die. That's why I tell her I love her just in case today's my day to shine. Mother, forgive me for I sin, and I'm sure I probably sin again. Tell me whose blood is this on my hands, cause I can't remember. And when my neck go, allegedly in the red.
All my thugs, pump drugs, dump slugs, grave dug. Nah, you ain't one of us. If you want it, better be ready to kill for it. If you want it, better be ready to kill for it. All my thugs, pump drugs, dump slugs, grave dug. Nah, you ain't one of us. If you want it, better be ready to die for it. If you want it, better be ready to die for it.
That early morning hustler shit. Cocaine in the pot, stir it till it's thick. Throw some ice in the mix and shock it. That's how you rock that shit. Now here comes the magic trick. Abracadabra, bitch. The song disappears.
You should be saying the heat, baby.
What would I be without you?
I want to hear you sing about the diplomat.
The hand of my business, the fuck with me is a guaranteed death wish. I was taught the hand of my business, the fuck with me is a guaranteed death wish. I was taught the hand of my business, the fuck with me is a guaranteed death wish. I was taught the hand of my business, the fuck with me is a guaranteed death wish. If the stories in the building, better show them respect. Fuck a tough guy, tough talking on the internet. Fuck that, you wanna talk to this. You ain't gon' miss no snitch. If the paperwork ain't proof enough, I don't know what it is. You know what it is. Hit the 1323 shit. All your shit talk got you sinking in the sand quick. Run your mouth to get your punched up. Better hope we don't find where you hide. Cause we the type to kick the door in. We find ourselves inside. Difference between me and you is that I'm a gangster that raps and you just gangster rapping, dog. Doing that surprise when it happens. My homies know for begging victims when we get to clapping. Yeah, it's gang life and it is what I said it was. We the real dogs, you just rapping with a boss.
Was taught the hand of my business, the fuck with me is a guaranteed death wish. I was taught the hand of my business, the fuck with me is a guaranteed death wish. I was taught the hand of my business, the fuck with me is a guaranteed death wish. I was taught the hand of my business, the fuck with me is a guaranteed death wish.
I think you're thinking I'm one of those guys that shit slide. Nah, dog, but I walk up or drop by. I'm all about a homicide. My finger itches just to pull the trigger. Your finger itches just to pull the finger. I'm a hustler every day up on my grind. You must be out your mind, talking like you hold the tech, not to take lives. Yeah, you live in the fantasy, knowing in reality. Maybe you just don't know who you're fucking with. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is the Kid. Call me Billy, one shot with the shotty at your ribs. From this range, only take one shot to kill. Yeah, I promise blood is spilled. Hit the curb quick. While you holding the gun with shaky hands, acting all nervous. Could it be that inside just a little bitch? Maybe just a little bit.
The hand of my business, the fuck with me is a guaranteed death wish. I was taught the hand of my business, the fuck with me is a guaranteed death wish. I was taught the hand of my business, the
I've seen this movie. Going up in the. Wait a second, something else down here. Raise. You gotta make the majors, you don't utilize sports. It was free-based by the book all day long. He said fuck school, instead of going to class. He learned to cook the way back, from packs to the money stack. No such thing as a dealer with villains. All I know was cold-hearted, bloodthirsty villains. Said I watch them sell crack and bring them women and children. I ain't trying to solve the problem, I'm a part of it. So the fuck the world, cold drip got my throat numb. Liquor got me leaning, dropping my gun. Got a question for the Lord, why someone always in the dead when we having fun? Through a rose on the casket, time to move on. This is where I'm from, a place of no return. A dead end block where the cracks serve. Yeah, it's cold signs till the brother burns. I know death's coming, I'm just waiting my turn. Yeah, I'm drunk, sipping in it, yo, bro. Count pennies, I blow hard. Yeah, I'm shack with the crack, bro. Turn your baby mama's crib to a crack spot. From a block away, hear the chopper spray. Better watch what you say, cause you can end up with some cells.
I've always been taught that we are all made equal by God. There is no one higher than the other. The Asian people in this country are the hardest working people that I know of.
Careful when you say that.
And they will do the dirtiest job.
You're racist against
nothing.
Asians because you said Oriental.
And for someone to have to do that, who serves the public, who takes a chance on opening a restaurant or a coffee shop with the COVID restrictions we have, and people don't want to follow it, it just disgusts me terribly. I hope they do something to that couple. They need to be charged for that, because that's an assault. And that is we're a friendly Canadian, and they are no different than we are. They're not lower than us. They're not higher than us. We're just as equal as they are. And they don't deserve to be treated this way.
Remember,
Walter, thank you for the call from friendly Manitoba. Appreciate it very much.
It's like,
this show is produced by Jimmy Doffo Ogunsola.
work is done, doesn't matter.
And our
Right?
technical producer is Ryan Lee Hall. Our executive producer is Lady Catherine Stewart.
The kid that's
We're back in a few minutes with Shane
enough
to tell us what's coming up next hour. And this is Charles Adler tonight.
Hello there. I'm Wolfgang Klein, Portfolio Manager with Canaccord Genuity Wealth Management and host of Hi-Fi Radio right here on Global News Radio 640 Toronto. I have to let you know our show has moved to 7 p.m. Saturday night. Spend some time with us because I know you care about money. But managing money is simple, but it's not easy. Where Jack and I come in is the experience, process, satisfy clients, and a proven track record. I know you care about money, so listen to the show. Hi-Fi Radio every Saturday at 7 p.m. right here on Global News Radio 640.
Pay to get hurt. That's what disturbs me. You pay for it.
Come in.
Oh, I'm glad I caught you before you went to lunch, Mr. Boynton.
I was just cleaning up the lab, Miss Brooks. What's the trouble?
Mr. Conklin's suit has been picked up and delivered to the mission.
Oh, that's nothing to get excited about. It's supposed to go there, isn't it?
Yes, but the money is still in it. I don't know what to do.
No, take it easy, Miss Brooks. What money is still in it?
The shopping money. Mine, Mrs. Davis's, Walter's, and yours. Mr. Boynton.
I must have tripped over the stool. What time are they going to distribute this clothing, Miss Brooks?
This afternoon, Mr. Boynton. We've just got to get down to that mission and get the suit back.
Well, are you sure you could identify Mr. Conklin's suit?
With the things I've spilled on it, if I can't identify it, it'll identify me. How are we going to go about getting it?
Well, we'll simply park outside the mission and watch every person who leaves the premises. In that way, we're bound to see who walks out with Mr. Conklin's suit on. The rest is up to you.
What do I do? Pick his pocket while he waits for a bus?
Please, Miss Brooks, we'll devise some sort of scheme on the way downtown. And meanwhile, let's be calm about it. It isn't the end of the world, even if we fail to recover the money. Heaven forfend. You've looked through this mission window for 10 minutes now, Miss Brooks. Have you seen Mr. Conklin's suit yet?
No, but I spotted the dress I donated, and I've been following its progress.
What's happened to it?
It's been rejected 3 times.
Say,
you ain't picking up
isn't that Mr. Conklin's suit heading for the door?
Alone? Oh, you mean on that little man? Yes, I think it is. You better get on the other side of the door.
Oh, don't worry, Miss Brooks. I'll do my part to help get it back. Now, good luck.
Oh, pardon me, my good man.
Yes?
May I speak with you for just a moment?
Yes?
It's about that suit you've got on. Are you quite satisfied with it?
Yes?
Yes? Yeah, but look at the way it fits. If I were you, I'd take it back at once.
What do you want me to do, go around in my underwear?
Yeah, I mean, of course. Maybe you could get a better one. Now, there's no reason why you shouldn't do every bit as well as this man coming toward us now.
Experience is alive and well, where Diamond Education is only outdone by the sheer number of one-of-a-kind engagement rings, openly displayed for your viewing and holding pleasure. Spence Diamonds. Find us in Vaughan, Scarborough, and Mississauga.
Elevators. They're not something we give much thought to, but when they're not operating correctly, it can cause serious disruptions. That's why CEE Elevator will set up a maintenance program to minimize or eliminate unnecessary downtime.
Global biodiversity and climate change targets, and I call upon leaders to follow suit. I thank you.
I thank the President of the Republic of Kiribati for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Zimbabwe to introduce the pre-recorded statement.
He runs on for like 7 hours.
Thank you, Mr. President.
After all, its last owner might not like the idea of your wearing it. He might come back after it.
Baloney. I don't believe in that kind of stuff.
Miss Brooks, Mr. Boynton, I've got to talk to you at once.
Well, Mr. Conklin, what are you doing here?
Well, I've had a change of heart about my donation. I'd like to get it back.
Boy, what an Indian giver.
I don't believe I know you, my good man.
Ferguson's the name. Cosmo Ferguson.
This guy getting married at White Smoke yesterday.
How do you do? But, Mr. Conklin, why do you want your suit back?
Because of something that my wife put into a... Ferguson, you're wearing my suit.
What do you mean your suit?
I happen to have worn that garment as recently as last Wednesday.
Holy cow, it's a stiff.
What's that?
This lady said the suit was on a dead guy last Wednesday.
I must have caught you while you were dozing, Mr. Conklin.
Look, I've just got to have that suit back. It has a sentimental attraction for me. Be a good fellow and return it.
Nothing doing. I was handed this suit and told it was mine to keep. Now I'm leaving.
Wait. I'll get you another suit. Please, Mr. Ferguson, be reasonable.
No.
Oh, come on, Cosmo. You don't want that old suit.
Of course you don't.
Give it here.
Take your hands off of me, Pompous, or there'll be trouble.
That's the idea. You and him fight. I'll hold your coat.
I'm not gonna fight. I'm just going.
No, wait. I'll give you $5 for that suit.
Grocery list in
I'm staying.
I'll give you $6 for it.
Miss Brooks, why are you bidding for this suit?
It's got a say.
19/vaccination/public health national show that you did earlier today. I caught bits and pieces. I loved everything that I heard, especially the conversation you had with our senior content producer, Jimmy Dapo Solo. That was just terrific radio, my friend. Thank you.
Oh, thank you for the kind words. I will tell you that Jimmy is one of my favorite people on this planet, let alone that we work with. So the privilege is really mine. So.
All right, so Jimmy, I told you earlier today that Jody Vance and I are your biggest boosters. Let's add a third name, Shane Hewitt.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Jimmy's the best.
What's coming up? What do we got? What's cooking?
What do we have coming up on the shift? That's a very good question. I should probably have an answer for it. We are going to talk... we're going to talk about dogs a little bit on the show. We wanted to have some fun. We've got to get into some vaccine stuff and all of the heavy news things. We are going to talk technology. We want to get everyone talking about their pooches today. Kind of having some fun with the pooches. We're also going to talk to Joey Skaggs. And Joey Skaggs is on the shift. He's kind of like the king of the pranksters, if you will. Not to give anything away, but it is March 31st today. And
which means there's something around the corner.
Wait, where is it?
Right. It must be the opening of Major League Baseball. It's opening day tomorrow. That must be what we're talking about, right?
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
10 o'clock.
So but Joey.
You people are all daft.
But my $25. Ferguson, wait! Cosmo! We're making a deal now!
Now, what's the matter with old Marblehead? Mr. Conklin, why is he running after that bum?
You tell her, Miss Brooks.
All I can say is it's definitely better to give than to get, especially where Cosmo is going to get it.
Oh, damn it.
Eve Arden as our Miss Brooks returns in just a moment. But first, dream girl, beautiful luster dream girl. Tonight? Yes, tonight. Show him how.
That's what he's saying, Zimbabwe.
Things cannot be overemphasized. This brings to the fore the need to align the goals of the post-2020 biodiversity framework with the SDGs to ensure the full realization of sustainable development, living in harmony with nature. In concluding, Zimbabwe remains fully committed to the 3 core objectives of the Biodiversity Convention, which are conservation, benefit sharing, and sustainable use. We will thus deploy the appropriate interventions and the resources towards the realization of its successful implementation. I thank you.
I thank the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe for the statement just made. We have just heard the last speaker on the list for this morning. However, the Assembly will continue to hear the pre-recorded statements in the spillover event immediately following this segment. Therefore, I kindly encourage the delegates to remain seated. We shall then continue the summit at 3 p.m. in this hall for the Leaders' Dialogues 1 and 2. Before suspending the meeting, I would like to call the attention of members to the letter circulated on 20th of September 2020, which has information regarding the Occupational Safety and Health Plan for this meeting, including the possibility of a follow-up in the unfortunate and hopefully unlikely event of a case of COVID-19. The meeting is adjourned.
The whole world's being run by Facebook videos and Instagram posts.
Welcome to Global.
Caressable hair and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you click
Online at lamina.ca. Get approved instantly, up to $1,000 with no documents or credit checks, and payback over 3 to 5 months. Relieve some stress at 1-800-NEW-CREDIT or apply online at lamina.ca.
The rumors are true. The True Tone Electronics showroom is open at limited capacity. Stop in and check out the latest in TVs, sound systems, electronics, and so much.
Education, shared learning, and the opportunity to engage with their
Effects of Palmolive's mild and gentle lather, proved by doctors to bring most women lovelier complexions in just 14.
Can chip your windshield in the blink of an eye. At Speedy Glass, we can quickly fix that chip before it turns into a crack. Hi, I'm Keith at Speedy Glass, and my team and I use unique cutting-edge technology to get you road-ready fast. Our work comes with a lifetime warranty, and it may even be free for you if you're insured. So don't ignore that chip. Book your appointment today at speedyglass.ca. Conditions apply. Details at speedyglass.ca.
Speedy Glass Repair. Speedy Glass Replace.
Hi, it's Fido. When it comes to downloading maps to find your way, don't let your data plan hold you back.
And next week at the same time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. Bob Lamont speaking. Stay tuned now for Jack Benny, CBS Columbia Broadcasting System.
A successful tomorrow. That's AskCalvin.ca. AskCalvin.ca.
Got $20, Calvin. He's the money guy.
This is Global News. I'm Skylar Peters. After implementing a province-wide lockdown twice over the past year to combat surging cases of COVID-19, it appears Ontario's provincial government is ready to do it all over again. Global's Darren Boland explains.
Sources tell Global News the Ford government is activating its emergency brake for 4 weeks across the entire province, with lockdown measures set to take effect prior to the Easter weekend. The decision follows a lengthy meeting of the Ontario Cabinet Wednesday night, but keep in mind, many of the logistical details are still being sorted out and could change before the official announcement later today. Well, sources say restrictions could look similar to those already in place for areas under the grey lockdown level of Ontario's pandemic framework. So for retail stores, that means staying open with a 25% capacity limit, but for restaurants, indoor and patio dining will be banned, leaving them only with takeout and delivery options. All of this comes as the number of COVID-19 patients in Ontario's intensive care hit a new high Wednesday of 421. The new modeling data shows that number could double by the end of April if stricter measures aren't implemented. Darren Boland, Global News.
Prime Minister Justin Trudeau says he's assured all premiers for weeks that Canada would have 6 million doses of the COVID-19 vaccine by the end of March, and he says the government exceeded that goal. Trudeau's comments come as a rebuke to Ontario Premier Doug Ford, who described the federal government's procurement of vaccines as a joke. He made the comments during a virtual Liberal fundraiser Wednesday with Procurement Minister Anita Anand, who's in charge of securing vaccines to immunize Canadians against the novel coronavirus. A $5.5 million settlement has been reached between the owners of a Montreal area long-term care home devastated during the first wave of the pandemic and the families of its residents. There were 47 deaths at Residence Huron and Dorval during the early phase of the health crisis. A lawyer says a claims process will take place 6 months after the judge's approval. The goal is to wrap up payments by the end of the year to any residents who are still alive and surviving spouses or children of the ones who died. The Canadian economy has been on a roll, climbing for 9 months in a row. Statistics Canada stating on Tuesday the GDP in January grew 0.7%, beating expectations. Now consumer confidence is reaching new highs, and the Conference Board of Canada predicted this week there are big things in store for 2021. So could we see a roaring 20s style comeback? Global's Anne Gaviola is looking into it.
Canadians have been saving like never before. Collectively, we've stockpiled more than $200 billion worth. Now, a lot of that has found its way into the stock market, been used to pay down debt or to renovate and buy homes. But economists estimate there's more than $100 billion worth just waiting to be spent.
A big pickup starting in July and carrying until early 2022. But supply chain experts say headaches are in store. A flurry of shoppers may mean shortages. But economists warn that if shoppers are spooked by higher prices, they may rush out to buy things before prices skyrocket, creating shortages and stoking inflation.
So there's a sort of self-fulfilling prophecy that could occur if there's an increase in inflation expectations.
The Roaring 20s style comeback is dependent on several moving targets. That includes the pace of the vaccine rollout, the impact of new financial aid from Ottawa, and consequences of the more contagious coronavirus variants. In sports, the Vancouver Canucks and Calgary Flames saw their North Division matchup postponed just over an hour before the puck was set to drop tonight. The league says it comes after a coach and 2 Canucks players were put on the NHL's COVID-19 protocol list. In the only other North Division game on the schedule, Toronto handled Winnipeg 3-1 in the Jets' return home after a lengthy road trip. And the Toronto Raptors couldn't find a win tonight despite a career-high 31 points.
Oh my God. Oh crap.
Your contribution to the COVID kitchen party.
X-ray, new cavities, whatever, for almost 2 out of 3 people. And only the Colgate way does all 3. Cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth and stops most tooth decay. So for a cleaner, fresher mouth all day, always use Colgate Dental Cream. Remember, just one brushing with Colgate Dental Cream removes up to 85% of the bacteria that cause unpleasing breath and tooth decay.
Brush your teeth with Colgate. Colgate Dental Cream. It cleans your breath.
Or toothpaste.
While it cleans your teeth.
We'll take the president's face off the penny of this.
Last Thursday, Principal Osgood Conklin received formal notice that Cosmopolitan magazine was planning a feature story dealing with life at Madison High. Our Miss Brooks, who teaches English there, can attest.
Some of the greatest pranks in the history of pranksters on the shift. Plus, we are going to talk to Blaine Kylo. We have technology, and we've got Throwback Thursday, and we're going to talk about pooches coming up. Now, Ryan O'Donnell is particularly excited about the pooches. He's got a bit of a, he's got some exciting news.
It's 1 in the afternoon in China Thursday. That's half past.
How about now?
That round's
I got Ryan now.
Hello.
Friday. You're late,
Hi.
bro.
You hear me now?
The whole day
You can hear this nice little squeaky voice coming through those beautiful speakers.
Squeaky.
Yes, I do have exciting news.
Yeah, all right, tell us exciting
news. A squeaky dog because Laura, my partner, their dog Litzy passed away earlier this year. It was very sad. But they're getting a new dog. A beautiful golden retriever that's just a few weeks
We
old,
already don't
named
like it because of
Cora.
how you
We're
started
going
the
to pick
story.
her up
Like, well,
next
not
week,
same as the
and
other
it will be the
dog.
first time in my
We never
life
met
that I get to
either
watch
dog
a
we're never
dog
going to.
grow up.
We already got opinion.
You made the whole thing up, Mrs. Davis. I'll have my eggs now. I want to finish breakfast before Walter Denton gets here.
Well, here you are, dear.
Just gets
Walter
15
told me a
sounds slow when he's
cosmopolitan
driving.
photographer dropped in at school yesterday.
That's right, a fellow named
Doesn't smoke or
Hayden.
get into
He was laying
nightclubs,
out some shots he plans to take this
dress.
morning.
I bet you're hoping he'll snap your picture, Connie.
Oh, don't be absurd. I'm no publicity hound, Mrs. Davis. Why should I want my picture to appear in a magazine? Doesn't mean anything to me.
Well,
It's just a coincidence that I happen to be wearing my best dress this morning.
coincidence.
Honestly, if you think I'm trying to look attractive so that photographer will snap my picture, you're sadly mistaken. When I woke up, I was thinking it was Sunday, so I put on my Sunday dress. That's all there is to it.
Of course. And I guess it was
wanna
mere
hear the radio
coincidence
broadcast
that you were
back
up
then.
till 4 in the morning fixing your hair.
Guilty, Your Honor. Come in. Oh, if it's all the same to you, Mrs. Davis, I'd prefer that we don't mention this magazine story at all.
Very well, dear. If that's the way you want it, I'll shut.
Want to make changes in how they train this dog. So, and I think if it goes well, like it's a golden retriever, so they won't have much to worry about. But it'll be interesting.
As opposed to a,
Well, the thing about a golden retriever is once you get it, you got it.
one.
Like once you have a golden retriever to, be part of the pack and part of the family and everything else, they will be the coolest dogs forever. There's no denying that. Beagles, on the other hand, are like, as far as I've ever known, we had a beagle when I was a kid. I've had friends that have had beagles, like dumb as a stump.
They're crazy. I love them.
There was a beagle that a friend of mine's family friend had, and every single time company came over, the dog would pee in the guest's shoes.
Whose fault is that?
So the dog you'd come over, you would visit, you'd leave your shoes at the front door, and the dog, after you leave the room, the dog would immediately start to pee in everybody's shoes.
Oh my God.
So they had to put the shoes away, and it was before you take your shoes off, and the dog was just like, as soon as you took the shoes off, was so excited, right?
Why does the dog have any piss in it?
So part of our conversation around pranks is actually involves a prank that includes dogs later in the shift as well, which is kind of cool. So because here we're in a bit of a crossroads here, because today, where I am still March 31st, I realize it is April 1st elsewhere. And so it's not April 1st yet. And so what do we do here on the shift?
Fuck you.
Well, how about we help you set up for some of the best moments that you can create on April 1st? Right? Get what I'm saying? So that's what we're looking at in this one particular example with our guest later is around dogs. So we will get to that one. Thank you to everybody for listening and your comments around the COVID in Canada 1 year later special that ran earlier on most of the channels. That will run over the course of the weekend. This weekend, to Catherine's question, if I wore a bow tie, I did not. But that being said, it is available in podcast form. If you did not catch it on the radio, you can catch it on our podcast page and most of your local channels' podcast pages as well. If you want to give it a boo, see what other people are going through a year later from COVID. That show is there waiting for you as well. So we are going to get to this and so much more. 877-399-9898. We will get your text messages coming up. First, I did want to mention this one. Testing 1, 2, 3. Mic check 1, 2. Sibilance. Is this text getting through? Yes. Text line's working. Feel free to use it. Here are your all-night headlines.
Here's your all-night headlines.
I just said that. Stories from yesterday. As I said it, I'm like, that was dumb, Shane. The lady's going to say it now. So these are stories from March 31st that affected our day. Here's your all-night headlines. Okay, good. There we go. That's how that was supposed to happen. Look, it's been a long bunch of weeks, and it's almost a long weekend. I don't know about you, but I'm excited. With the pandemic raging on and travel restrictions still in place, some Canadians have been saving up their hard-earned money. As Anne Gaviola explains, that could trigger a spending boom, reminiscent of the Roaring '20s.
The Roaring '20s swept across America after the deadly 1918 flu pandemic. The similarities between then and now are striking. Technological advances were drastically changing people's lives. The stock market was soaring, and people were ready to cut loose and spend money.
I'm going to try and say yes more.
Brianna Davies has big plans for when things get back to some semblance of normal.
Having so many of the things we take for granted every day gone, like the ability to go grab a glass of wine with a girlfriend at a new little spot.
Canadians have been saving like never before. Collectively, we've stockpiled more than $200 billion worth. Now, a lot of that has found its way into the stock market, been used to pay down debt or to renovate and buy homes. But economists estimate there's more than $100 billion worth just waiting to be spent.
A big pickup starting in July and carrying until early 2022. But supply chain experts say headaches are in store. A flurry of shoppers may mean shortages. Remember what happened with toilet paper at the onset of the pandemic. But economists warn that if shoppers are spooked by higher prices, they may rush out to buy things before prices skyrocket, creating shortages and stoking inflation.
So there's a sort of self-fulfilling prophecy that could occur if there's an increase in inflation expectation.
This Roaring '20s style comeback is dependent on some moving targets, the pace of the vaccine rollout, the consequences of the more contagious coronavirus variants, the impact of new financial aid from Ottawa, as well as the time it takes for the ripple effect of the nearly $2 trillion in stimulus from the U.S. to jolt Canada's economy. Brianna's family is dreaming of the day they can travel again. Their bucket list safari vacation to South Africa was cut short by the pandemic last March.
I really rely on travel as a bit of an escape to, hang out with my family. The feeling of looking forward to a trip, and not just the actual trip, but planning the trip and looking forward to it gets me through a lot of stressful, long days.
Anne Gaviola, Global News, Toronto.
I don't know, when we were talking about that with alcohol earlier today, thinking that once these parties open up, how are there going to be people that are going to literally just drink themselves with into oblivion because of the ability to go party again, right? So I'm kind of curious if that's going to be a thing.
Those people are doing that now.
For shopping, I don't know. I just think shopping habits might have changed. The traveling stuff could be interesting because if the airlines don't come back, right, at the same pace of bringing people back, because you can't just bring people back. They have to be retrained and recertified and everything else. But then demand goes, there's not enough planes. That means that there's going to be full flights everywhere. Costs will go high.
Tell people to put their seatbelts on.
There could be a lot of competition to just get everybody back. Could go either way.
Ow.
This weekend is the Easter weekend. With COVID-19 cases rising and variants spreading, British Columbia, Ontario, and Quebec are ramping up restrictions. As Abigail Beeman reports, for the second year in a row, Canadians are being urged not to turn the Easter long weekend into a super spreader event.
Pandemic Passover, Easter, and Ramadan, round 2.
We could go through one more cycle of those holidays where we forego that getting together with people other than those with whom we live. Then not only will we keep people healthy, but we will be able to enjoy everything else in fairly short order.
With more vaccines coming, there's more optimism about a future kind of normal, but not in time for the holiday weekend.
We continue to ask people to stay in their households, family unit as tightly as possible.
It's been a long haul. We've all got the fatigue, and unfortunately, we're not quite there yet. The light is at the end of the tunnel, but the risk is so high, especially with the numbers climbing exponentially.
The scientific director of Ontario's COVID-19 advisory table says a year into this, it's important people try and enjoy themselves, but safely and outdoors.
This is not about big gatherings. It's perhaps about seeing another family from a distance.
With cases rising and variants spreading, BC and Saskatchewan have added or extended restrictions.
Talk is cheap right now. Action is what I think we need.
This epidemiologist is especially concerned about people gathering indoors to worship, even if masked and distant.
You are not sure exactly how the ventilation, is occurring, and you really just don't want to pick up the variant that is circulating in the community.
Ontario's premier faces criticism for not imposing more restrictions faster.
Stay tuned. You'll hear an announcement tomorrow, but I'm very, very concerned to see the cases go up.
Why is the Premier stringing people along? Ottawa is asking the province to move the city to the gray lockdown level, getting rid of indoor dining.
Our healthcare system is stretched. Cases are rising, hospitalizations are increasing, the testing centers are maxed out.
We've never had ICU occupancy as high as it is right now.
Dr. Peter Uni is ready to release new modeling Thursday, but says at this point we don't need new numbers to understand the severity of Ontario's problem. Abigail Beeman, Global News, Ottawa.
Surely a year later, there's a bit of a pattern that everyone can recognize, isn't there? Like there's got to be some sort of pattern here that's got to make sense, right? Surely. Well, I can tell you this, that the ICU numbers and the hospital numbers are drastically different across the country.
Yeah, do you expect
which is mind-blowing. And these numbers are also mind-blowing. BC crossed 1,000, 1,014. Alberta's at 871. Times those by 4, and you get a per capita rate similar to what is Ontario's concern. And so when you look at all these COVID numbers, it does make you wonder, how is it so incredibly possible that that they're so drastically different for hospitalizations and everything across the country? Now, is it the kinds of places people live in? I don't know. 2,333 in Ontario, according to the Ontario.ca site. You know, so technically speaking, Alberta and BC are way higher.
I think Canadians are smarter.
So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. This is the way that it goes. And we're leading into a long weekend. And I would have to say that I did have a friend of mine named Kevin ask me today. He goes, "You ever notice that before every long weekend, the numbers always go up?"
Oh, wow.
And I don't believe that the numbers are manufactured, first of all. But I can't believe we're almost at Thursday before the Easter long weekend and nothing's been decided again. Like if this was a problem a week ago when they were telling us, oh, wave 3 or whatever spin they're putting on it now. The reality is that's the time to make a decision, man. Like you don't wait till the boat's full of water before you go, oh yeah, by the way, we've been leaking for 2 weeks, right? We should probably plug the leak in the boat. Or deal with it right away and get one off the boat. You know what I'm saying? A year later, it still doesn't make sense. I mean, we can't be critical. We don't know what goes on behind the scenes, sure. But we can look at it and say, nothing's really changed in provincial governments or federal government's communication to us. And it's our fault. We as Canadians are the ones that are out doing the things. So, like that party in BC. Oh my God. We'll get to that coming up. The COVID-19 vaccine Pfizer produced with BioNTech is 100% effective in children aged 12 to 15, they say, according to a press release from the pharmaceutical giant. Eric Sorensen explains, while no shot has been approved for use in this age bracket yet, the preliminary results from the clinical trial are raising hopes for what's coming.
12 to 15-year-olds are a small part of the population, but Pfizer's breakthrough may protect a group that vaccine trials have so far overlooked, children and teens. The bodies of children are different enough from adults that vaccines often have to be adjusted. But this small trial found, at least for young teens, the vaccine is 100% effective.
It is very good. Damn it, even the virus won't get these little bastards.
Well, if you
settle on, it's 100% clear.
Easier. Here you are, a lamb chop, some potatoes, peas.
I've got a scheme that might save us our jobs, Miss Brooks. I found out that Mr. Haney's keeping his photographic equipment in the faculty room. The negatives are in his gadget bag.
So?
Somehow, without his knowledge, we've got to slip our negatives out of that bag and destroy them.
But that's a pretty dangerous assignment, Mr. Boynton. I'm afraid you'll have to count me out.
Oh, but the end justifies the means. It's our only chance. The fall term rolls around. Do you want to be out of a job? You want to be pounding the streets looking for work, discouraged, tired, hungry?
Give me a pencil and we'll sketch the layout, Louis.
Hi, Daddy. Did you call Mr. Stone at the Board of Education?
I did. He not only informed me that Mr. Haney's assignment had been officially cleared through the board, but that he was delighted to learn that Cosmopolitan plans to run a pictorial story on Madison High.
Oh, well, don't you let it get you down, Daddy.
How can I help it? Can't you visualize my embarrassment That magazine should run pictures of Madison's teachers and not one shot of its principal? Well, I figured a way out. I ran home and took some negatives from my own camera. Several attractive shots of myself, posed the way you like to see me.
Well, what are you going to do with them?
I learned that the negatives Mr. Haney plans to ship off to Cosmopolitan are now reposing in his gadget bag in the faculty room, Harriet. Somehow, without his knowledge, I've got to slip my negatives into that bag.
Oh, that sounds pretty risky, Daddy.
The end justifies the means. Now run along, child.
Well, all right, Daddy, but you better be careful. Oh, excuse me, Miss Enright. I was just leaving. Bye, Daddy.
Goodbye. What's on your mind, Miss Enright?
Well, a minute ago, I paused outside your door at the water fountain, Mr. Conklin. I couldn't help overhearing the scheme you outlined to Harriet, and I should like to suggest a partnership.
Partnership?
Yes, I'd like to run home and get some of my negatives so that they may be slipped into the gadget bag along with yours.
What? Are you trying to blackmail a principal of a public high school? How dare you?
One moment, sir. Let me remind you that my family is quite well-to-do and that I don't give a...
After being targeted by the latest round of COVID shutdowns, Whistler Blackcomb is deciding to shift its focus to the summer by closing early for the winter season.
Whistler exists to welcome people from the lower mainland and around the world, and we look forward to getting back to that on a personal level. It means putting away your skis and bringing out your bike.
But summer operations on the mountain won't start until late May, leaving many of the businesses in the village to rely on their neighbors to get them through an extended off-season.
Obviously, we're all gutted, but as a community, we've come through it before, and I think that this time it's not as scary.
Because this is the second spring of uncertainty.
There was a real conscious effort to start buying local, to start eating out more. So I think as a community, we're really, we've been trying our best to club together, which is really, really important.
Even with the skis packed up for the winter, those living here say the area will still have a lot to offer.
And even if not skateboarding, there's lots of bike trails, the hiking is amazing, just generally getting outside and I think enjoying the weather after we've been cooped up all winter.
A winter that, despite best efforts, saw the community register more than 1,100 COVID-19.
Mr. Haney? Oh, that's another assignment I'm working on. They're pictures of some gangsters for a story called Wanted by the FBI. Say, I wonder if you would get me some sealing wax and take them over to the post office.
Oh, I'd be glad to. I'll be right back, Mr. Haney.
Good. I'll wait for you. I can develop some of those negatives in the dark room meanwhile.
Yeah, well, I'll just be a few minutes.
Where's your smartphone?
Careful, Miss Brooks. Are you sure Mr. Haney left?
Well, I couldn't see him from where we were hiding, but I heard the door slam. Now, let's frisk this gadget bag. Oh, that's funny. There's only one negative in here.
Let's see. Say, that's the negative of the one he snapped of me.
How can you tell?
See, I'm holding my frog.
Well, I'll just stick this in my purse and we'll look for the other negatives.
It might be in this package. I'll take a look. Oh, gosh, this is a frightening picture. I've never seen such a pasty-faced, evil-looking individual.
Must be Miss Enright.
No, it's a man, and there's a note on it. Wanted by the FBI. Oh, I better put it back in the package.
Someone's coming.
Let's stuff behind this couch, quick.
All clear, sir.
Good. Let's get out that gadget bag.
Yes. Here it is. Mr. Conklin, it's empty.
Oh, evidently Mr. Haney transferred the Madison High negatives into this package here. Well, we'll just slip our negatives in along with the others. First mine, now yours, Miss Enright. Now, there we are.
Oh, excuse me, folks.
Oh, what do you want, Brendan?
Oh, Mr. Haney asked me to get some sealing wax for this package. I've got to rush it over to the post office. It's going to Cosmopolitan magazine.
Yes, we know. There's not a minute to lose, boy. Take it over to the post office immediately and with my blessing.
Yes, sir. Hey, bye now.
Well, we did it, Miss Enright. Soon we'll be celebrities. When those pictures are printed in Cosmopolitan, we'll be the talk of the nation.
Well, come on, sir. We'd better get out of here before...
What's wrong, partner?
We're not alone, Mr. Conklin. Look at those shoes sticking out from behind the couch. Who's that behind the couch?
There's nobody here but us horses.
Miss Brooks, Boynton.
Good afternoon, sir.
We'll dispense with the amenities. Did you two sneaks see Miss Enright and me sneaking our negatives into that package?
We did. And I have news for you, sir. That package had nothing to do with Madison High. The pictures in it were marked wanted by the FBI. What?
Yeah! We're snared in our own trap.
Why didn't you stop us, Miss Brooks? You saw what we were doing.
I saw what everyone was doing, Miss Enright.
Mr. Haney.
Yes. I've been in the dark room patiently observing your every action.
You have? You have? Yes, but then you've got to do something. Call your office. Stop the presses. If our picture should appear along with those criminals, we'll be social outcasts.
We'll be ostracized, locked out of town.
Shunned by mankind.
Well, I don't know why I should do anything about it. Frankly, you and Miss Enright have both been a pain in the neck. You especially, Mr. Conklin, have gone out of your way to make things tough for me. If it wasn't for Miss Brooks, I'd have chucked the whole assignment.
Well, now, isn't that sweet, Mr. Haney?
Miss Brooks, you know what I've always thought of you.
Yes, I do.
Well, forget it. You're tough. Aces, the man's best friend. Won't you put in a word for us?
What word would you like? Oh, please, Miss Brooks, you've got to help us. You really want me to, Seabiscuit? I beg of you. All righty. Mr. Haney, I should like first to intercede on Miss Enright's behalf. She's a peculiar type. Type of what we won't go into. But there are times when she is not responsible for her actions.
Yes, that's very true.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Boynton. And as for Mr. Conklin, well, everybody does stupid things once in a while. He's just more consistent.
Here, here. Small wonder my wife calls me knucklehead. Now, tell him, Miss Brooks.
Mr. Haney, as a favor to me, please don't print Mr. Conklin's picture alongside those other hoodlums. That is, won't you give him a break?
Mercy. I have an only child.
Well, all right. I'll see that the pictures of you and Miss Enright never reach the press.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Haney.
And thank you, Miss Brooks, for springing to my defense. Dear, sweet, lovable Miss Brooks.
Lovable or not, I'm afraid I can't be as lenient with you, Miss Brooks.
With me, Mr. Haney?
While I was watching from the darkroom, I happened to snap a picture of you stealing the negative of Mr. Boynton's picture.
What? To think that I've been harboring a light-fingered Lil on my package.
No, please, Mr. Haney, it wasn't really stealing.
It should look very cute in Cosmopolitan with a caption reading, English teacher caught filching film from photographer.
Mr. Haney, would that be all in caps?
CE customer service in the business for over 40 years now. Get a free quote at 905-428-8300 or visit ceeelevator.com.
Every year, Chorus gives hundreds of businesses an opportunity to grow. And grow. And grow. By exposing them to potential customers across Canada's most powerful radio networks. And now is the perfect time with our Back to Business exclusive packages. Let us show you just how easy it is. Register to our free 30-minute consultation at chorus.online/radio today.
We're here for the night owls and the really early risers. It's The Shift with Shane Hewitt.
877-399-9898. Your calls, your text messages are welcome here on The Shift. Text message from Kathy says, my head is spinning. I thought the vaccine is working. Why are the numbers going up? Well, I don't know if we did grab that audio or not, Ryan, about that piece there. The mass vaccination countries. I don't know if that ever worked out.
Oh, it wasn't. There's no audio with it. It was just statistics on Global's website.
So there's a great thank you. There's a great audio piece, or excuse me, article that was written, Catherine. It's on the Global News site. It came out earlier today, and it talks about just that, inoculation efforts, right? With a slow start, Canada doesn't have the numbers that all of these other countries have, the top 3 countries being the United Kingdom, Israel, and the United States. Those countries are seeing
There is no substitute for whole blood or plasma in treating the ill and the injured. So make your appointment today to give blood. It is easy, painless, and takes very little time. Join the thousands of other Americans who are rolling up their sleeves. Call your local Red Cross chapter and make an appointment. And do it today. Good night, everyone.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, was produced by Larry Burns, written by Al Lewis and Joe Quillen, with the music of Wilbur Hatch. Mr. Boynton was played by Jeff Chandler, Mr. Conklin by Gail Gordon. Others in tonight's cast were Jane Morgan, Dick Turner, Gloria McMillan, Mary Jane Croft, and Dan Tobin. Be sure to read the story of our Miss Brooks in the current issue of Cosmopolitan on your newsstand now. The Colgate-Palmolive Peat Company invites you to listen to their exciting new quiz, The Phrase That Pays, on radio every weekday morning, Monday through Friday, and Luella Parsons on Tuesday night. Consult your local newspaper for details. This is Bob Lamond reminding you to be with us again next Sunday at the same time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. Stay tuned now for the Jack Benny Show, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. This is the CBS Radio Network.
You're listening to Chin Radio AM 1540, the voice of multicultural Toronto, bringing you the latest updates on COVID-19. Stay informed, stay safe, and stay tuned to Chin Radio AM 1540.
We're at like a seventh of the population has 1 dose. So that's the answer to the question. The reality is Canada's too slow. You look squarely at your government and you decide if it's working for you. 66 million people in the UK, if I remember that number from recall, 35 million doses. So they're at, again, that 25-30% of double doses. 50% of people have received a dose, right? Canada, we have moved up 1 spot on the list. We were at 20th on the list for total doses. We have moved up just ahead of Bangladesh by 100,000 doses. I mean, these countries have been doing more doses in a day than we did in like 5 days at a point there. So we have to keep it in context, and that's what's going on. This falls 100% squarely on behavior of Canadians, yes, and the Canadian government not getting enough. For the sake of being thorough, here are the percentages. The average Canadian population is 7% have received, a dose of the population. 7. Now, these guys are talking 25-30, right? Think about that. 7. 7.61 is the number. BC's at 7.53, Alberta 7.31, Saskatchewan 7.26, Manitoba 6.75, Ontario 7.59. So really, when you look at all of the provinces that we broadcast in from Vancouver to Toronto, every single one of these provinces, with the exception of Saskatchewan right in the middle, is below the national average for doses administered. That's why this is happening. 877-399-9898. Thank you for your text messages. 877-399-9898 is text and phone. Feel free. All right. So here we are. We promised you we would talk about the pooches tonight. Why are we going to talk about dogs, Ryan? Ryan's excited about the dogs.
Because I'm like kind of getting a dog. I'm indirectly getting a dog. Oh, fuck. Is that a fair way to put it?
Kind of.
Yes.
You're going to be like the good uncle, right? Like you're going to be like a dog uncle.
I'm the cool uncle of little Cora. It's the name of my partner Laura's new golden retriever. So it's
Laura
the
and
first
Cora?
time in my life.
Laura and Cora.
Laura and Cora.
So-
That's nice.
Yeah, so when you...
Totally lost what's happening on Gunsmoke listeners.
Oh, you're gonna get feathers.
Oh, I'm gonna get what?
Ow, damn it.
With you.
Yeah, open up. Yeah, Chester, give me some decent ammunition. Well, you didn't say what you wanted for, Doc. Do I have to explain I'm not a murderer? This the U.S. Marshal's office?
Yeah, that's right. Come on in, mister.
Ow!
I
Damn it.
got something to tell you, Marshal.
Okay.
First, you better say my name. Emmett Dooley.
All right, Dooley.
Now, for what I got to tell you. I've been skin and hide, Marshal, working for a buffalo hunter named Culprit. You know him?
No, I don't.
Well, there was this Culprit and his partner Faber, and me and the cook. Nobody knows the cook's name. We just call him the cook. And we was camped up the Arkansas River at Turkey Bend. You know where that is?
Yeah, I know.
Well, sir, Culprit, he broke out some whiskey night before last, and we all took to drinking it. And Marshal, it's a bad thing, but when I drink whiskey, I get kind of senseless.
Well, most men do, Dooley.
Not like me. I go crazy wild. You won't believe it to look at me, Marshal, but I'm a dangerous man when I'm drinking whiskey.
I see. Well, what happened the other night?
That fella Faber I was telling you about?
Yeah.
I killed him, Marshal.
You did?
Yes, sir. I shot and killed him.
Ow, damn it.
I don't know why I did it, except that I was senseless drunk on that whiskey. I don't even remember doing it, Marshal, but when I come to next morning, them other fellas told me about it. They'd already buried him. They showed me his grave. Poor old Faber. I feel awful bad I did it.
Bullshit.
Dooley, most men, when they kill somebody, don't come tell the law about it. Why did you?
I never killed nobody before, Marshal, and I can't have shooting Faber on my mind. I had to come.
Well, where are the rest of these people? Culprit and the cook.
They went off onto the prairie somewhere hunting buffalo. I got no idea where they are. Well, you gonna hang them, Marshal?
No, I don't hang men.
Then what I come here for? You the law, ain't you?
Look, Dooley, nobody gets hung before they get tried.
Welcome to Canada,
And I can't send you up for trial unless I see the body of the man you killed.
Damn it, that hurt.
But I told you, Marshal, it was Faber I killed.
Okay, it was Faber, but I gotta testify that a crime has been committed, and the law reads I can't do that without seeing the body.
You calling me a liar?
No, I'm not calling you a liar.
I don't understand none of it.
Well, don't you worry about it, Dooley. I'll take care of it.
How?
I'll ride out to Turkey Bend and find the grave.
Oh, I wouldn't do that, Marshal. No, sir, not in this weather.
Well, I don't have to bring him into Dodge, Dooley. I can leave him buried there.
Oh, well, I'll go with you.
No, you won't. It's a bad enough trip as it is.
You don't like me because I'm a murderer.
I like you fine, Dooley. I mean... Chester, will you lock him up? Turkey Bend was about 20 miles up the Arkansas. And since he was headed that way, Doc Adams rode along with us. We reached the campsite about mid-afternoon, but it took us another hour to find the grave. There was no marker on it. And in fact, only the color of the fresh-turned earth made it possible to find it all. Chester and I did the shovel work, and Doc did the examining.
What's he taking so long for, Mr. Dillon?
Oh, Doc's slow, Chester, but he doesn't miss much.
What's there to miss? He's just a shot man. I mean, a Doc shot man. I mean, a man...
Never mind, Chester. Oh, he's through now.
You can put him back now. I've seen all I need. Well, I should hope so, Doc. What was you looking for, measles? It isn't what I was looking for, Chester. It's what I found.
Oh, what do you mean, Doc?
Matt, I remember Dooley saying he shot this man. Is that right?
Well, that's what he said.
Well, little Dooley got it all mixed up. Faber there didn't die from a bullet. He died from a knife. What? Right through the heart.
A knife, huh? Yeah, Bill, they sure did get it mixed up. That or somebody told him wrong.
It don't make sense.
Well, it'd make more sense if I could talk to Colquitt.
Well, how are you ever going to find him out here? He could be anywhere, any direction. We might be weeks looking for him.
Now, we'll make him come to us, Chester. Him and the cook both.
Come to us? How?
You'll see. When we get back to Dodge. Almost 100 years ago, Charles Kingsley wrote that tobacco is a lone man's companion, a bachelor's friend, a hungry man's food, a sad man's cordial, a wakeful man's sleep, and a chilly man's fire. These words describe what Chesterfield means to millions of smokers today. You and I smoke for relaxation, for comfort, for satisfaction. And in the whole wide world, no cigarette satisfies like a Chesterfield. Only Chesterfield has the right combination of the world's best tobaccos. Tobaccos that are highest in quality, low in nicotine. Best for you. Get a carton of Chesterfield today. Chesterfield Regular. Chesterfield King Size. Both at the same price in most places. Bring him in, Chester.
Sun is up and the dew is almost gone from all the little plants and flowers. Chester woke me up, Marshal.
You're going to have to do your sleeping somewhere else from now on, Dillard.
I can sleep anywhere, anytime. That's what I like about winter. Nothing to do but to sleep.
Dooley, I'm turning you loose.
What?
I don't want you to leave Dodge, but I don't want you in jail either.
What's the matter with me being in jail? I shot a man, didn't I? You saw the body, didn't you? You got the evidence?
Now, don't you worry about it, Dooley. Just do what I tell you to. I want you to stay in Dodge, but not in jail.
What? I got no money. I got nothing to eat. I got no place to sleep. I'm a buffalo skinner. How am I going to get a job in Dodge?
Here, Dooley. Here's $10. Now, you can live on that fine.
No.
Now, go on, take it.
What? Okay. And I'm not a man to borrow money.
Now, you're doing me a favor.
I should have made Culprit pay me off. Like he said, it didn't make sense. Me being in jail, I couldn't spend nothing.
They may pay you off yet, Dooley.
What?
No, never mind. But look, if I catch you drinking that money, I'm going to take away from you and you'll starve.
Oh, I won't be drinking, Marshal. Didn't I tell you how crazy and dangerous I am when I drink whiskey? No, sir, I won't do that.
Good. Now, if anybody asks you why you're not in jail, tell them I said I'm waiting for something.
Waiting for what?
Well, say I didn't tell you. And one other thing. Don't you tell anybody we rode out and found Faber's body. Don't tell anybody at all. Just forget about that.
I'm all mixed up, Marshal. Am I still under arrest?
No, Dooley. Now, why don't you go on and get out of here? I got work to do, huh?
Can I come see you sometime? You and Chester?
Sure, of course you can. But I don't want you hanging around here all day.
Okay. I won't. Just once in a while. I wouldn't feel right otherwise, Marshal. Me being a murderer and all. So long.
So long, Dooley.
Bye, Dooley. Mr. Dillon?
What, Chester?
How come you didn't tell Dooley that Faber was killed with a knife? He's still thinking he shot him, the poor old cuss.
I know. I'm sorry I have to do it this way, but word will get around. It'll get clear out onto the prairie, even. And when it does, I don't want Colpit and the cook to be scared off. I only want them to be real curious. So curious, they'll come to Dodge and start asking questions. What good will that do? We'll find out when I get here, Chester.
Sugar, Mr. Dillon?
No, thanks, Chester.
No, sir, I didn't mean need you on some. I meant I wanted some.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. Coffee's mighty black tonight.
Chester, you know, sugar is not going to change the color of the coffee.
No, sir, but it sure sweetens it up.
Yeah.
Well, look at there. It's Dooley.
Huh? Oh, Dooley. Well, sit down. Have a cup of coffee, huh?
Ain't you going to say hello, Dooley? I can't stand it no more. You got to help me.
Oh, what's the matter, Dooley? What's troubling you?
2 days. I've been out of jail 2 days. I can't go to another one, Mark.
Well, why? What is it?
Well, everybody treats me bad. They won't have nothing to do with me. They say I admit shooting a man, I ought to be in jail. Talking about you too, Marshal, for letting me out.
People talk whatever I do.
Well, I can't face him out no more. And anyways, I did kill him. I ought to be in jail. Well, Marshal, this way I feel like I'd stole a sheep. That's how I feel, just like I'd stole a sheep.
I'm sorry, Dooley.
You gotta help me. Last night they wouldn't even let me sleep in the room in the house, or the hotel, no place.
Seems to me the citizens of Dodge are getting mighty high-minded all of a sudden. But I'll help you, Dooley.
Thanks, Marshal.
But not in jail. I can't let you stay there. But there's a shack out back of the jail that belongs to Doc. He stores some stuff in it.
Hey, that's a nighty. And I'll give you some blankets, Julie. We got plenty of them around. Doc might find me shooting you something. No, he won't do that. He won't be back for a week or more. Anyway, he'll be glad you're using the place. Well, can I stay in it all day, too?
Sure you can. And if you'll show yourself somewhere every now and then, you know? I don't want anybody to think that you've left Dodge.
I gotta eat. Will that do it?
Fine.
Okay. But, Marshal, I'd sure like to know what a man has to do to get jailed in Dodge City, Kansas.
I don't know what Dooley did to pass the time, but for the next few days he hid day and night at Doc's shack back of the jail, and came out only to eat a meal in the restaurant now and then. I felt sorry for him, but I'd have felt sorrier if he'd been hung for a crime I knew he was innocent of. A week passed and nothing happened until one day when I went into the general store after a new watch chain I ordered. Mr. Jonas wasn't there, but Kitty was.
Hello, Matt.
Hey, Kitty, you gonna buy that hat?
Like it?
Oh, it looks fine.
Really? You sure?
Oh, yeah, take it. You won't do better than that.
I had Mr. Jonas order it 6 months ago.
Huh? Oh, well, the mails are slow sometimes.
It came on the Santa theme, Matt, not by Pony Express.
What?
I ordered this hat 6 months ago. It arrived 4 months ago, and I've been wearing it ever since.
Where's Mr. Jonas, Kitty?
I'm glad you like it, though. He's out back trying to sell somebody a new wagon.
Oh, well, that's a bigger item than my watch chain. I better come back tomorrow.
Wait, here he comes now.
Wagon you can buy, mister. I guarantee you'll never have any trouble with it. It's too expensive. What's the matter with them kind of stores of people? They raise their prices every year. Now, I'll tell you what I'll do. If I don't sell that wagon by noon tomorrow, you can have it $50 off. You mean that? You have my word, noon tomorrow. And I'm camped down on the river, right where the cotton was beginning. Suppose you drive it out there at noon. No. If you want it, you'll have to pick it up here. I got only one man in my camp, my cook. That's why I asked. Where are the rest of your men? They're gone. Then I'll be picking up a new crew before I head out again. Hey, you shouldn't have any trouble finding hide skinners around here. I'll do it tomorrow when I come in for the wagon. Oh, by the way,
There's a friend of mine in town, a fellow called Dooley. You know where I could find him?
Well, no, I don't. But here's the man to ask.
I don't know any Dooley. I never even heard of him.
What?
I'd like to get my watch changed, though. Has it come in yet?
Well, yes, but
We've been waiting half an hour, Mr. Jonas. Aren't you ever going to be through with him?
Don't get in a fret, lady. He's through now. See you at noon tomorrow, storekeeper.
Sure.
Thanks, Kitty.
Sure, Matt.
Now, what is this all about, Marshal?
Mr. Jonas, that man's name is Colpit. I've been waiting a long time for him to get here.
Oh, now I understand. It was his partner Dooley killed. That's why he was saying he's running his outfit alone now that he's got all the money.
Is that what he said?
Yes, and he also said something about taking care of the law here before he left. Of course, I didn't think anything about it at the time. Lots of men talk like that.
Yeah, I guess they do. But, Colpit may mean it. Hello, Doc. When'd you get back?
A couple of hours ago, man.
Well, what are you doing in here, Dooley?
Doc found me in his shack out back, Marshal. We've been talking.
Talking?
Oh, Matt, I just got back. I didn't know what was going on here. Doc told me about Faber. He says he was killed with a knife. He says I didn't shoot him. Oh, I'm sorry, Matt. I guess you didn't want him to know.
Oh, it's all right, Doc. It doesn't matter now.
Is that true, Marshal? I didn't kill Faber?
Yeah, it's true, Dooley. Colpit killed him.
Pretty mean of him. Tell me to go get hung for it. Pretty doggone mean.
Well, it's all over now, Dooley. I'll take care of Colpit.
Now, you just go on saying I done it.
Look, I want you to leave Dodge. Go someplace where Colpit can't find you. Then I'm going down to his camp while he's in town tomorrow and arrest the cook.
Well, the cook? You said Colpit done it.
Well, he did. But I'm going to throw the cook in jail and then take Colpit. When I tell him the cook has told me the whole story, I think I can break Colpit down and he'll confess.
That Colpit don't care about nothing. Tell me I done it. Marshal, I wish I'd never gone to work for that man.
You'd have been better off if you hadn't, Dooley. But you're out of trouble now. Unless Colpit finds you. So you get out of Dodge as fast as you can, huh? I'll get Chester to find you a horse of some kind.
He's a wicked man, Colpit is. A wicked, wicked man.
Sure. Well, now you get going, Dooley, huh? And, good luck to you.
Thank you, Marshal. You've been as good as you could be to me, I guess.
Yeah.
Sometime, if I'm Dodge again, I'll come see you, maybe.
Sure. Anytime, Dooley. I'll be glad to see you. Well, so long.
So long, Marshal.
There are more than 60 million cigarette smokers in America who smoke many brands. In choosing your cigarette, be sure to remember this. You will like Chesterfield best because only Chesterfield has the right combination of the world's best tobaccos. Tobaccos that are highest in quality, low in nicotine, best for you. You and I smoke for relaxation, for comfort, for satisfaction. And in the whole wide world, no cigarette satisfies like a Chesterfield. You smoke with the greatest possible pleasure when your cigarette is Chesterfield, the right combination of the world's best tobaccos. Yes, these 6 words, highest in quality, low in nicotine, mean Chesterfield is best for you. Buy them king size. Get a carton of Chesterfield today. Chesterfield regular, Chesterfield king size. Both at the same price in most places.
I gave Chester $10 to buy Dooley a mount with, but he couldn't find much of a horse for that. So they settled on an old jack mule. I didn't see Dooley again. But Chester told me later that he'd grub-staked him with another 10 out of his own pocket when he saw him off. I guess we both felt a little guilty about the way I'd had to treat him. Anyway, the next day, just after noon, we rode down to the river to pick up the cook and bait the trap for the real murderer, Culprit.
Are you going to find this camp, Mr. Dillon?
Well, he said it was where the cottonwoods begin, Chester.
Oh, right over there. It'll kind of spoil everything if Culprit decides not to go to town after all, won't it?
Yeah, it sure would.
There's his horses.
Yeah.
Ain't no smoke, though. That cook ain't cooking nothing.
With Culprit in town, he's probably asleep, Chester.
Hey, he's shooting at us.
Now, there's a hole up ahead, Chester. Right for it. All right, leave your horse, Chester.
I told you Culprit didn't go in town, Mr. Dillon.
Culprit's a buffalo hunter, Chester. He couldn't miss at that range with his eyes closed. That's the cook.
What's the cook shooting at us for?
Well, I'll ask him. What's the matter with you? You drunk?
I'm drunk. I'm crazy wild drunk. He's doing.
Dooley, stop it. It's Marshal Dillon and Chester.
I know who it is. Want to kill you too? Kill us too? I don't kill Culprit and the cook with a sharp rifle, and I'm going to kill you. Culprit was lying about me killing Faber. I never killed nobody in my life before, but I'm starting now. Oh, what's that $10 I get? You must have gone and drunk it up.
Yeah. Dooley, I know you're drunk, but we're going to sit here in this hole till you sober up. Do you hear me?
I ain't going to sober up. I'm going to kill people.
You can't stay drunk forever. We'll wait you out.
Come on out of here. Come on out, I tell you.
You're wasting ammunition, Dooley. You can't hit us here.
Yeah, I'm coming after you. I'm going to walk right up there and shoot you.
No. No, Dooley, don't do it. I'll have to kill you if you try it.
Here I come, Marshal.
Don't do it, Dooley.
I'm going to kill everybody. I'll get over there as far as I can, Mr. Dillon. Then we can both jump him. I sure hate to, but we can't let him kill us.
No, Chester, it's my job. I'll do it. All right, stay down now.
You can't get away from Dooley. Nobody can.
Throw your hat in the air, Chester. He'll look at it for just a second.
Yes, sir.
Oh, that's it, Chester. Come on. Dooley. Dooley.
You killed me. I didn't kill you. You killed me.
Dooley, you're the last man in the world I wanted to kill.
Culprit and the cook. They're dead. I shot them. Culprit was a mean, wicked man. Marshal.
Yeah, he was.
Marshal.
What?
I'll come say hello to you next time I'm in Dodge. You said I could.
Yeah, you come, Dooley. Sure, you come anytime you want.
Thanks, Marshal. Thank you. No, Mr. Dillon, that's terrible. The humans feel even worse than I do. Oh, I mean...
Well, never mind the talk, Chester. Now, let's get busy. We got 3 men to bury. like 'em filtered? Like 'em king size? Then for you, this is it. King size L&M filters at the same low price as L&M regular. Both have the miracle tip for the effective filtration you need. Yes, it's the filter that counts, and L&M has the best. You get much more flavor, much less nicotine, a light and mild smoke. Buy L&M filters, just what the doctor ordered. It's America's highest quality and best filter tip cigarette. Buy a carton, king size or regular, both at the same low price.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin, Harry Bartell, and James Nusser. Marley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Listen to Dragnet Radio at its new time, a half hour earlier, Tuesday night on another network. And remember, next week at this same time, Chesterfield will bring you another transcribed story of the Western frontier on Gunsmoke for the CBS Radio Network.
You're listening to Chin Radio AM 1540, the voice of multicultural Toronto, bringing you the latest updates on COVID-19. Stay informed, stay safe, and stay tuned to Chin Radio AM 1540.
Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay. And Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. It's time once again for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks, written by Al Lewis. Oh, old friends, like old songs, are said to be mellow with age. Our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High School, feels that this is very definitely true.
Especially when it comes to our beloved principal, Osgood Conklin. Although Mr. Conklin isn't exactly old or actually a friend, he does remind me of an old song. Sweetest little fellow, everybody knows. Don't know what to call him, but he's mighty lacking in something. What it is formed the topic of our conversation last Friday morning when my landlady and I sat down to a particularly early breakfast.
Here's your coffee, Connie.
Thanks, Mrs. Davis.
I can't understand your constant friction with Mr. Conklin. He isn't naturally mean, is he?
I should say not. He's had to practice for years. Oh, it isn't all his fault. I think a lot of his bad temper is due to his high blood pressure.
I guess it is. When did he get his high blood pressure, Connie?
5 years ago, this coming February.
I see. Tell me, Connie, when did you join the faculty at Madison?
5 years ago, this coming February. That is a coincidence, isn't it?
It could be, but I'm sure Mr. Conklin doesn't think so.
You're so right, Mrs. Davis. He blames me for almost every little accident that occurs at school. That's why he's made me school safety supervisor. It's his ironic way of getting even.
Getting even? For what?
Oh, a few little incidents that occurred last week.
What kind of incidents?
Well, like last Wednesday after school. I happened to be leaving the building just as Mr. Conklin started down the steps, and I noticed a pencil lying right in his path. Naturally, I didn't want him to slip on it.
Did you pick it up?
Oh, there wasn't time for that. All I could do was jump forward and nudge him aside.
Well, that certainly couldn't have made him angry.
I nudged him down the whole flight of stairs.
My goodness, Connie, was he badly hurt?
Oh, he wasn't hurt at all. Just a few lacerations here and there. His glasses were as good as new after some minor repairs.
Minor repairs?
2 new lenses. Anyway, now you know why Mr. Conklin declared this to be Safety Week at Madison.
Well, I think it's a splendid idea. If everyone took proper precautions, accidents couldn't happen.
Except to Mr. Conklin. Now, if you'll excuse me, I better get ready. Walter Denton's picking me up early today so I can check things before Mr. Conklin's inspection tour.
All right, dear. Oh, before you go, would you like another egg or some more toast?
No, thanks, Miss Davis. If I'm going to travel in Walter's car, I've got to watch my weight. The last time I rode up front with him, the back wheels didn't touch the ground once. Your car's running very smoothly today, Walter. What'd you do to it?
Well, on account of this being safety week, I decided to give it a thorough overhauling, Miss Brooks. So last night I took off the drive shaft, dismantled the transmission, and removed the rear end.
You know something? It goes better without them.
I put them all back, Miss Brooks, but I fixed everything up first. Can't be too careful with a car nowadays, you know.
I like your attitude, Walter. In fact, you are hereby granted permission to help me with the safety campaign at school today.
Oh, I'll be glad to, Miss Brooks. Of course, when I first heard about it, I thought it was just another arbitrary political move made by old Marblehead, Mr. Conklin. You know, to get himself in good with the Board of Education. But his daughter Harriet convinced me that it was for all our goods.
All our goods?
Yes, ma'am. She sure is a sensible girl. And pretty, too.
Yes, she is pretty. And Harriet's a good student as well.
I know. But most important of all, she's got sensational taste.
Taste?
She's been going steady with me for over a year.
Yes, she is pretty.
I'm taking her to the football rally tonight. We're having it out on the campus. You'll be there, won't you, Miss Brooks?
As safety supervisor, I guess it's part of my job.
Oh, we're not going to do anything dangerous. Just the usual normal pregame frenzy. Now, we'll have a nice big bonfire, and my pal Stretch Snodgrass is bringing a giant firecracker to open the festivities.
Now, wait a minute, Walter. A carefully supervised bonfire may be all right, but the giant firecracker is definitely out.
But why, Miss Brooks? Stretch knows how to handle fireworks. Gosh, you should have seen him last 4th of July.
I did see him last 4th of July. He passed me on a skyrocket. Look, Walter, I know Stretch is a dear pal of yours and a great football player, but he's not very bright.
Well, I'll admit he's no Albert Einfeld, but if we're very careful, Miss Brooks.
No, I'm sorry, Walter. Mr. Conklin's going to be at that rally, and I don't want anyone to get hurt, especially Mr. Conklin. I've had a couple of unfortunate encounters with our principal already this week.
I know you have. You've done a wonderful job on him so far. I was there when you helped him down the steps Wednesday after school. Boy, he sure was mad.
Your presence didn't help matters any, Walter.
Oh, gosh, all I did was hand him back his glasses and say I was sorry.
That isn't quite all you did, Walter. You handed him his glasses, and you said you were sorry, and then you giggled right in his face.
Well, I couldn't help it, Miss Brooks. In times of great emotional stress, I always giggle. Well, here's the dear old school, Miss Brooks. It's pretty crowded. I thought we'd find a parking space easy this early.
There's one there, Walter, right in front of that car that just pulled up to the curb.
You think I can squeeze in there, Miss Brooks?
Of course. Now just go straight back. That's it. Back, back, further, back, back, back. You've got about a foot.
Gee, we gave him a pretty bad whack. I wonder whose car it is.
I'll get out and look on the steering wheel.
Don't strain yourself, Miss Brooks. It's my car you partially destroyed.
Mr. Conklin. I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Conklin, but I'm sure there wasn't any great damage. Our rear bumper took most of the strain.
Your rear bumper took most of the glass out of my headlights.
I'll get those fixed up for you in a jiffy, Mr. Conklin. I'll just run over to the repair shop.
Shut?
And...
Oh.
Leave it to me, Mr. Conklin. I'll see that it's all taken care of. Oh, your front door is still open.
Yes, I know. It does that whenever I'm hurled to the sidewalk. I'll close it at once.
Oh, let me do it for you, Mr. Conklin. It's not safe to have our car doors swinging open, you know. I'll get it. Seems to be stuck.
Miss Brooks, did it ever occur to you that there might be a reason why my car door won't close?
A reason? What reason?
It's simply that my arm is still in it.
Oh, I'm sure we'll be able to... Your arm? Oh, is it hurt, Mr. Conklin?
I'm becoming inured to pain. But now that you've started your day in an ideal manner for a safety supervisor, I suggest that we continue on into school.
Of course, sir.
Just one thing, Miss Brooks. I want you to do me a small favor.
Oh, anything, Mr. Conklin. What is it?
Will you give me a 5-minute head start into the building?
Well, we've still got a few minutes before class, Walter. Come into my room and we'll map out the rest of the day's safety measures. There are quite a few things that must be fixed around school.
Oh, just a minute, Miss Brooks. There's Stretch Snodgrass over by the drinking fountain. Maybe he can give us a hand. He's very good at repair work. Hiya, Stretch.
Hello, Walter. Morning, Miss Brooks.
Good morning, Stretch. How would you like to help us out today? This is safety week, you know, and Mr. Conklin's going on an inspection tour this afternoon.
Yeah, I know. Harry was telling me about it. I think it's a swell idea, and it's for all our goods.
Must be another way to say that. Stretch, all I want you to do is... Wait a second. What's that you're carrying?
Well, this is a giant firecracker, Miss Brooks. I was going to use it for the rally tonight, but I just got it all wet when I took a drink. Got a match, Walter?
Oh, sure, Stretch. Here.
Stretch, you're not going to light that monster in school.
Oh, of course not, Miss Brooks. I'm just trying to dry the fuse. Oh, there we are. Just hold the match here for a little while, and then...
Oh, switch!
Gosh, I better throw it out the window, huh?
No, Stretch, you might hurt some of the kids out there. Here, give it to me. I'll throw it into the supply room. There won't be anybody in there this early. In she goes. Oh, thank goodness we got rid of that thing without hurting anyone.
Look, Miss Brooks, the doorknob.
It's turning.
But who could possibly have been in there?
Who else?
Mr. Conklin. Quiet, Walter.
Gosh, Mr. Conklin, what did you do to your tie? It's all black. Who threw the hand grenade at me?
He went that way, Mr. Conklin. We didn't get a very good look at him. You weren't burned, were you?
No, but a large box of inkwells fell on my right foot. You better go downstairs to the infirmary, Mr. Conklin. We'll help you.
Here, give me your hand, Mr. Conklin.
You'll get it later. I'll try to limp over to the freight elevator and go down to the first aid room. Oh, this is painful.
Boy, it's a good thing our school has an elevator. That's one thing about good old Madison, boy. It's a pretty darn modern kind of a school that has a self-operating brand new elevator.
If that boy doesn't stop babbling, I'll break my remaining foot on him. Now help me into this elevator, Miss Brooks.
Yes, sir. Here, I'll open the door for you. Now, in you go, Mr. Conklin.
Thanks. That's funny. The light seems to be...
Conklin! Mr. Conklin, are you all right?
I'm splendid, Miss Brooks. But where's the elevator?
Lying on it, Mr. Conklin. You didn't fall very far.
Not far at all. Just don't get nervous, Mr. Conklin.
That's right, sir. I'll go get a rope and we'll have you up in nothing flat.
Gee, I know he doesn't like me very much, but I can't help feeling sorry for Mr. Conklin. First, his car's wrecked, and then he gets slightly bombed, and now he's at the bottom of an elevator shaft. Miss Brooks.
I know, Walter.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, will continue in just a moment. But first, here is Vern Smith. Now, proof that brushing teeth right after eating with Colgate Dental Cream helps stop tooth decay before it starts. Continuous research, hundreds of case histories, makes this the most conclusive proof in all dentifrice research on tooth decay. Eminent dental authorities supervised hundreds of college men and women for over 2 years. One group always brushed their teeth with Colgates right after eating. The other followed their usual dental care. The group using Colgate dental cream as directed, using Colgates exclusively, showed a startling reduction in average number of cavities, far less tooth decay. The other group developed new cavities at a much higher rate. No other dentifrice offers proof of these results. Modern research indicates decay is caused by mouth acids, which are at their worst after meals or snacks. When you brush your teeth with Colgates right after eating, you help remove acids before they can harm enamel. Yes, Colgates contains all the necessary ingredients, including an exclusive patented ingredient for effective daily dental care. And remember, Colgates cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Always use Colgate dental cream right after eating to help prevent new cavities, help stop tooth decay before it starts.
Well, after placing an out-of-order sign on the elevator and instructing the custodian, Mr. Jensen, to repair the safety gate as soon as possible, I resumed my hobby, teaching. Just before lunch period, however, I decided I'd better see how my deputy safety supervisors were making out. I found Harriet Conklin and Walter Denton at the down stairway near the elevator.
Hi, Miss Brooks. Walter's just trying to fix this handrail. It's been pretty loose all week.
Good for you, Walter. How are you doing with it?
Yeah, pretty good, Miss Brooks. I'm trying to get this section off so I can repair it.
Well, keep up the good work, kids. I'm going in and check with Mr. Jensen about that elevator.
Come in.
Hi, Mr. Jensen.
No, Miss Brooks, I'm not.
You're not what?
Let me recapitulate for you. You just knocked on my door, then I said, come in. You did so. And as you entered my office, you said, hi, Mr. Jensen. I, in turn, rejected this description as spurious.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Jensen.
I am not a bit high, Miss Brooks. And such an allegation during school hours might well mean the beginning of the end for me as custodian in this establishment.
Oh, I forgot how literal-minded you are, Mr. Jensen. It won't happen again. Now, let's get down to cases.
There you go again. There's alcoholism in your family somewhere.
Now, look, Mr. Jensen.
Look where?
I mean, listen.
Then why don't you say listen? It's not such a terribly difficult word for an English teacher, now is it? Of course not. Now just relax and tell me simply what you want of me. There's a good girl.
Where's a good girl? Great, now I'm doing it. Mr. Jensen, all I want to know is how soon you're going to fix the elevator.
The elevator isn't broken, Miss Brooks. It's just the latch on the street door level. I've sent out for the small part it needs, and when that comes, I'll take care of the matter.
Good. Will you let me know when it's fixed?
I won't have to, Miss Brooks. I shall merely remove the out-of-order sign, and then we'll all know, won't we?
I suppose we will, Mr. Jensen.
You shouldn't worry about the elevator, Miss Brooks. I'm a natural-born handyman. I have 6 children, you know.
I know. How are they, Mr. Jensen?
Oh, fine, thanks. Just full of the dickens.
Oh, read a lot, do they?
No, but... Say, you got me that time, didn't you? Before you go, Miss Brooks, I'd like to be sure you don't consider me prudish or narrow-minded because of my seeming resentment of your opening remark. You remember about my being high?
Oh, of course not, Mr. Jensen.
Just between you and me, I like nothing better after working hours than to stop in at some cozy bar and grill and have myself 5 or 6 jiggers of television. Well, go, Miss Brooks.
Umbriago, Mr. Jensen.
I don't like to curtail a teacher's lunch period like this, Miss Brooks, but I'll explain the reason in a moment. First, how are things in the safety campaign progressing?
Fine, Mr. Conklin. The elevator will be attended to very shortly, and everyone is pitching in to help put Safety Week over in a big way.
Good.
And, Mr. Conklin, may I say that in spite of some of the unfortunate incidents of the day, you look very well indeed.
I do?
Yes, sir. Your bandages are extremely neat.
Thank you. They do a nice job downstairs in the infirmary. But about our necessity for speeding things up.
I just received a call from the Board of Education, Miss Brooks, and they're sending a new inspector over today to observe the result of our safety plan.
Today? But when, Mr. Conklin?
Any time now. He's a Mr. Blanchard, a very good friend of Mr. Stone, the head of the board. I'm going to make a last-minute tour before he comes, of course, but first, Miss Brooks, I'd like you to look at this electric fan.
Electric fan in October?
It's a safety model. If this sample meets with Blanchard's approval, we may put these in every room during the warm weather. Here, I'll start it. Now, you go ahead, Miss Brooks. Put your finger in the fan.
My finger?
Go ahead. Perfectly safe.
Well, thanks just the same, Mr. Conklin, but I prefer the old-fashioned manicure where the fingers stay attached to the hand.
Well, these are rubber blades, soft as tissue paper. Watch. I'll put my finger in. In, out. In, out. See? Nothing happens to it at all. It's a wonderful idea. Well, we'd better get going now. I'd like to inspect the fire extinguishing apparatus.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I'll open it.
Hi, Daddy. Miss Brooks. Walter and I have been going over the wiring in the building. You know, for loose connections and stuff.
Yeah, it wouldn't do for anything to go wrong the last day of safety week, would it, Mr. Conklin, huh?
I couldn't think of a more auspicious time to leave my office.
If Mr. Blanchard is coming over, I'd better tidy up the place a bit, Daddy. I brought some glass wax for the window. It'll just take us a few minutes.
You come along with me, Mr. Conklin. We'll check the fire apparatus.
Very well.
Now, you check the lamp connections, Walter, and I'll dust off Daddy's desk.
Okay, Harriet. I better take this fan off it so that you can use... Oh, gosh, I dropped it. I hope it didn't break.
Well, snap it on.
Okay. Gosh, nothing happens. It's busted, all right. Oh, what does your dad need a fan for in this kind of weather anyway?
It must be his high blood pressure, Walter. But don't worry about it. We'll just put this rubber one away and get the one he's got in his closet. It's an old-fashioned one with steel blades, but it's better than nothing.
Oh, sure. Now, what's the difference as long as there's something cooling off, old Marblehead? Your daddy.
The nozzle of this fire extinguisher doesn't seem to be hanging just right. What do you think, Miss Brooks?
Well, I'm not really an expert nozzle hanger, Mr. Conklin, but maybe I can straighten it out a bit.
Be careful with it, Miss Brooks. When tilted at a certain angle, these things can be treacherous.
Oh, I'll be very careful, sir. Just take it like this and...
You certainly were careful, Miss Brooks. Not a drop missed me.
Take my hanky, Mr. Conklin. Here, I'll put this thing back where it's...
Put that thing down.
Yes, sir.
Oh! Oh, my foot. Oh, it cut right through to my instep. Now I've got to go down to the infirmary again.
What can I say to you, Mr. Conklin?
There's nothing you can say to me now, Miss Brooks, but I'll have a few things to say to you when I come back upstairs.
I'm afraid you'll have to walk down, Mr. Conklin. The out-of-order sign is still on the elevator. Maybe if I help you...
You've helped me enough for one day, thank you. Now go away. If I take it easy, I think I can negotiate these stairs. Wish I had my glasses on. Oh, well, I have to take a firm grip on the handrail.
Oh, about that handrail, Mr. Conklin.
Yes, Miss Brooks?
There isn't any.
Oh, Miss Brooks, I got the handrail for the staircase with me.
Just in time, Stretch. Throw it down to Mr. Conklin.
What's Daddy doing down there, Miss Brooks? Mr. Blanchard is waiting for him in his office.
What? Quick, Harriet, you take your father into the infirmary, and I'll go back and stall Mr. Blanchard along.
Is there anything I can do, Miss Brooks?
Yes, Walter. Stay away from Mr. Conklin until we have danger week.
Is someone going to help me down the rest of these steps or not?
I'll be right there, Daddy. Straighten things out up here, will you, fellas?
Sure, Harriet. Gosh, this fire extinguisher's a mess. But we better hang an out-of-order sign on it so Mr. Jensen fixes it up before the safety inspection.
You're right, Walter. Wait a minute. Well, here's one right by the elevator. Out of order. I'll just borrow this for a while.
So you see, Mr. Blanchard, as safety supervisor for Madison High, I've worked very closely with our principals.
In other words, Miss Brooks, you've been at Mr. Conklin's side constantly.
Oh, yes, indeed. I've been at his side, on his feet, in his hair. That is to say, we've worked hand in hand all through the week.
Fine. I've never met Mr. Conklin, but my friends on the board tell me he's always leaned towards safety in the school.
Right again, Mr. Blanchard. Mr. Conklin leaned a long way today. He's even thinking of putting in safety first fans. See, like this one on his desk. I'll just turn it on for you. Now, put your finger in here, Mr. Blanchard.
What? Miss Brooks?
Oh, go ahead. You only live once. It's rubber. It's just like tissue paper.
These things make me nervous, Miss Brooks. However, if you insist, I'll insert my cane among the blades. Here we are. Shut this thing off.
Yes, sir.
I can't say I like my introduction to Madison High, Miss Brooks. If this is your idea of a joke.
Oh, no, sir. It's no joke. Somebody must have switched fans on me.
Well, I think perhaps I'd better meet Mr. Conklin and... Ouch! One of those flying splinters lodged in my thumb.
Let's see. Oh, come on, Mr. Blanchard. We'd better go down to the infirmary.
The infirmary? But it's just a sliver.
Please, sir, follow me. That's one thing we insist on at Madison. Prompt care must be taken of the slightest accident.
But, Mr. Conklin, I've got to see him.
Well, this is a shortcut. Yes, Mr. Blanchard, in this institution, we believe in safeguarding the health and well-being of every man, woman, and beast. A child.
Where are we going, Miss Brooks?
Well, fortunately, we won't have to walk down to the first aid room. I see the out-of-order sign has been removed from the elevator.
Elevator? What if it's only one floor down?
Oh, I wouldn't think of it, Mr. Blanchard. The stairs are not safe without the handrail. Here, I'll open the door for you. After you, sir?
Thank you, but the light seems to be...
Oh, no!
Pardon me, Miss Brooks, but I understand Mr. Blanchard has arrived. Tell me, has he been here very long?
No, sir, he just landed. He wanted to see the infirmary, so I thought I'd take him down. And the out-of-order sign is off the elevator, as you can see, so it was only natural for me to
Stop babbling, Miss Brooks.
Gentlemen.
I've got to meet this gentleman. If he's in the elevator, that's where
Oh, well. Look out below! Mr. Blanchard, Mr. Conklin. Mr. Conklin, Mr. Blanchard.
Eve Arden as our Miss Brooks returns in just a moment, but first, dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl. Tonight, yes, tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a luster cream shampoo. Luster Cream, world's finest shampoo. No other shampoo in the world gives Kay Daumit's magic blend of secret ingredients plus gentle lanolin. Not a soap, not a liquid. Luster Cream shampoo leaves hair 3 ways lovelier. Fragrantly clean, free of loose dandruff, glistening with sheen, soft, manageable. Even in hardest water, Luster Cream lathers instantly. No special rinse needed after a Luster Cream shampoo. So gentle, Luster Cream is wonderful even for children's hair. Tonight, yes, tonight, try Luster Cream shampoo. Dream girl, beautiful luster cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a luster cream shampoo. And now, once again, here is our Miss Brooks.
Well, after Mr. Blanchard awarded Madison High a safety pennant with a picture of a skull and crossbones on it, I left the scene of the crime and hurried home. That night, I phoned Mr. Conklin to see if he felt any better. And just as I hung up, my landlady, Mrs. Davis, came into the room.
Was that Mr. Boynton, Connie?
No, Mrs. Davis. He's still away at that biologist convention, but he'll be back next week. I just had the most peculiar conversation with Mr. Conklin.
What did he say?
He just recited a little rhyme to me. It's one I haven't heard since I was a kid.
A rhyme? Which one, Connie?
He just said, "Sticks and stones can break my bones, and you didn't do a bad job either."
Next week, tune into another Our Miss Brooks show brought to you by Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair and Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay. Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, directed by Al Lewis, with music by Wilbur Hatch. Mr. Conklin is played by Gail Gordon. Others in tonight's cast were Jane Morgan, Dick Crenna, Gloria McMillan, Leonard Smith, Bob Jellison, and Ed Begley. Here's good shaving news. 3 men out of every 4 can get more comfortable, actually smoother shaves with Palmolive brushless shaving cream. This is not just a claim. Here's the proof. 1,297 men tried the Palmolive brushless way to shave described on the tube. And no matter how they shaved before, 3 men out of every 4 got more comfortable, actually smoother shaves. Try Palmolive brushless yourself. See if you don't get more comfortable, actually smoother shaves the proved Palmolive brushless way. For mystery liberally sprinkled with laughs, listen to Mr. and Mrs. North, the exciting, fun-packed adventures of an amateur detective and his beautiful wife. Tune in Tuesday evening over most of these same stations. And be with us again next week at the same time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. Bob Lamont speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You're listening to Chin Radio AM 1540, the voice of multicultural Toronto, bringing you the latest updates on COVID-19. Stay informed, stay safe, and stay tuned to Chin Radio AM 1540.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Marshal Dillon.
Over here, son. What's the trouble?
Marshal.
Why, that's Will Thompson's youngin', Mr. Dillon. What is it, kid? What's wrong?
Yeah. Mom. They've been in our house. Got the fences. 4 of them. My sister. They rode on a shot.
You've been shot. Hold that lamp down here, Chester.
Yes, Mr. Dillon.
Blood all over the back of his shirt. Will Thompson, he's a homesteader, isn't he?
That's right. Came to Dodge City about 3 months ago. Took up a section over on Mulberry Creek. Mr. Dillon, you want me to go get the doctor?
No. Boy doesn't need a doctor now.
Burned the house Charles was right, Mr. Dillon. It's still burning.
Yeah, what's left of it is. Watch yourself now, Chester.
Yes, sir.
No sign of life, though. Whoever did it's probably long gone by now.
No reason to hang around.
Now, let's tie up here and look around on foot. Bring up your carbine, Chester.
I got him, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, they even fired the corn crib. Now, why would anybody want it?
What's there? What is it?
Dog.
Shot. A dog? When you even shoot the dogs, it's a...
You see something?
Yes, sir. It's Will Thompson. I think it's Will.
What do you mean you think it's Will? Gelb.
Those Indians, Mr. Dillon.
They couldn't have been Indians. Only tribe reported in 20 miles the Kiowas, and they wouldn't do anything like this. They've been peaceful for years.
I don't know, but...
Come on. Let's find out what happened to the rest of the family.
Yeah. Besides Will and the boy who rode into town, there's Miss Thompson and a daughter. Girl about 17 foot. Here's a picture.
There's something lying over there by that cottonwood.
Yeah, I see.
Well, I guess we found Will's wife.
She's alive.
Yeah, if you can call it that. Scout around, take a look for the daughter, Chester.
Yes, Mr. Dillon.
It's all right, Miss Thompson. It's all right. It's all right.
Mary. My daughter. They took her. And dragged her away.
Easy, man. Easy.
I tried to stop him. I held on to one of them. He came his spur came off. Here, somewhere. On the ground somewhere. On the ground.
Yeah, I see it.
My daughter. I took her with me. My baby.
There now. It's all right. We'll find her, man. We'll find her and then... Miss Thompson. Well, you're better off, man.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah.
Over here in the willows. I found her.
All right, Chester.
What is the picture? Seen her in Dodge. Walking down Front Street. What is the picture?
Yeah. All right, let's ride. We'll look in the Long Branch first, then if Jalisco Pete's not there, we'll try the other side.
I bet his boss is here. He's here every night.
Yeah, I know. Follow me in, Chester. Just keep him off my back. I'll take care of the rest of it.
Yes, sir. Good luck, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, thanks.
Well, look who's here. Matt Dillon.
Hiya, Kitty.
What brings you in, sweetie? Business?
It's not pleasure.
Ah.
Plenty of other men in Dodge, Kitty.
Are there?
They come in here, don't they?
Sure. They come in. I talk to them and I drink with them. That's my job. You follow me, man?
I follow you.
I'm off. 2 every night.
Kitty, have you seen Olisco tonight?
No, he hasn't been in, Matt. Ben Rourke's sitting over there at a door table, though.
Good, I'll talk to him. I'll see you, Kitty.
Sure, Matt. Sure you will.
Well, I think I got a pretty good hand here myself. All right, boys, here's where money talks. I'm raising another 100 and I'll stand pat.
Ben?
Well, the marshal himself.
I'd like to talk to you, Ben.
All right, Matt, talk.
Not here. We'll go over there by the bar.
I'm sorry, I'm busy. I got a pat hand and a cinch bet.
Maybe. This is official, Ben. Minute, I want to talk to you. Now, come on.
Take over my hand, Donald. I'll be right back. All right, Matt, let's have it. What do you want to talk about?
One of your cowboys, Ben. Well, let's go Pete.
What about it?
Know where he is?
Around somewhere, I guess. Why?
I'd like to know if he lost his spur recently. Tonight, in fact. Birdie, ain't it? Mexican silver, needlepoint rowel, gold inlay. Pete's the only man I know in Dodge who's got a pair like this.
All right, I'll say that Pete gets it. He'll appreciate your finding.
I doubt that. I found it lying beside a woman he just kicked to death. Will Thompson and his whole family were wiped out a few hours ago by 4 night riders. You know anything about it?
How would I know about it?
Your boys call you King, Rourke, don't they? Never heard of one of them pulling anything without being sure you back him up.
Matt, are you claiming I was in on this?
You're a cattle rancher, Ben, an open range man. You boys all hate the homesteaders coming in with their plows and fences. Been a lot of fences cut by night riders. Now it's murder.
You haven't named me yet, Matt.
A couple of months ago, here in the Long Branch, I heard you say you'd get the homesteaders out of Ford County if you had to burn them out. Well, did you?
Sometimes a man gets known as a fast gunslinger and it goes to his head.
I asked you a question, Ben.
Then he gets himself a tin star and goes around bothering people.
Then if you're figuring to draw on me, don't.
Why not, Matt?
I've seen you in action. You're not fast enough. Now, I asked you a question.
And maybe I don't feel like...
What's going on in here?
Nothing.
Oh, there you are, Marshal. How are you?
Marshal, what does I hear about an Indian uprising?
Been none that I've heard about.
Whole family massacre, the way I hear it, sir. Murdered and scalped. Scalped?
2 of them were.
So it was Indians. What game are you playing, Matt?
Indians don't cut fences, Ben. That's a cattleman's trick.
Scalping, too?
Could have been an afterthought. It wasn't an Indian who lost that spur.
Well, we'll soon find out about it. I'm riding into the Kiowa country with Trippz seed that.
I hope you won't do that, Colonel Blake. You know the Kiowas are peaceable enough when you let them alone, but if you push them, they'll fight.
True enough, Marshal. We can't let them get away with it.
The Indians weren't responsible, Colonel. I got evidence to the contrary. Give me 24 hours and I'll prove it.
Well, I certainly don't relish stirring up a tribal war, but...
Just 24 hours.
Well, all right.
Then, if you know where Jalisco is, you better turn him in. It'll save trouble.
When any of my boys need discipline, I take care of it.
Not this time. Other people are involved.
Homesteaders. Squatting on a measly 320 acres apiece. Ruining the whole country.
They got rights, Ben.
Who says so?
I do.
Morning, Marshal.
Good morning. Any luck, Chester?
No, sir. I just stopped by the jail here to see if you'd found it.
I wish I had.
I'll head out again in a few minutes. Oh, this fellow's been waiting for you all morning, Mr. Dillon.
Is that so?
My name's Ezra Hawkins, Marshal. We ain't met before. I got a homestead up the river. Don't leave me much time to get to town.
I see. Well, what can I do for you, Mr. Hawkins?
Well, it's about what happened to the Thompson family last night. The other homesteaders sort of appointed me to speak for the whole bunch.
All right.
Speak.
Well, we want to know what you aim to do about it, Mr. Dillon. I aim to get the killers. When? Mr. Hawkins, I've been up all night trying to get an answer to that question. If you've got any information to offer, fine. If you haven't... What's up, Chester?
A trail herd hit town, I guess.
Come on, boys. Look at that pretty sign, Dodge City Jail. Come on, it's decorated.
Let's go, Chester.
Yes, sir.
All right. Hold it there. Hold it. My, the jail was occupied, boys.
You men just blow into town?
We ain't talking to men, Sheriff. These are curly wolves who triple bar feed the roughest stuff as outfit in the panhandle.
And you're not talking to the sheriff. I'm the U.S. Marshal. You the range boss?
That's right. Good, Dudley. What about it?
Dudley, we got a new law here against shooting off firearms inside the city limits.
Yeah? You mean like this?
No, Dudley, I mean more like this. Now come on down off that horse.
Well, I'm down off it.
Roger, Mr. Dillon, he's got a knife.
Yeah, so I see.
Nice work, Mr. Dillon.
Drag him in and lock him up, Chester. Throw some water on it.
Yes, sir.
All right, curly wolves. Your boss is jailed and fined $50. You can get him out tomorrow morning.
I said tomorrow.
Now on the move. All of you, get! You handle things right fine, Marshal, once you get started. Thanks, Hawkins. Only trouble is some of us homesteaders are getting kind of impatient. The cattle ranch has been treating us pretty bad for too long. The boys are all meeting at my place today. I reckon I can hold them back till tonight. You know what I mean, Marshal. Yeah. I saw it happen in Abilene, dirty and bloody. I'd hate to see it happen here. Sure, I know what you mean. Range war.
Well, Marshal, we can hold an inquest anytime now. I'm all finished with the autopsy.
All right, Doc.
It goes pretty fast when you can line them that way, 4 in a row. Makes the job a lot easier.
Yeah, I imagine. Doc, have you ever seen a range war?
No. I hear there's one brewing.
There is. Plus Indian troubles. If I don't bring in Jalisco Pete before tonight and find out who his 3 partners were, you're going to have bodies lined up 20 in a row.
Well, it should bring in a lot of fees. I could retire and buy myself a ranch.
Sure, Doc.
Oh, that sounds like Chester, Marshal.
Yeah, he's been scouting those thickets along the river bottom.
Mr. Dillon, I brought in Jalisco.
Where is he, Chester?
Outside, tied on a pack mule.
Good.
No, sir. I'm afraid it ain't so good. He's dead. Been shot in the back and scalped.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, CBS Radio, in cooperation with Time Magazine, makes available to you, free of charge, a valuable convention handbook, packed with facts and sidelights about American national political conventions. This convention handbook, containing a convention map and box score of interesting pictures and a complete history of this old American custom, will be yours if you send a postcard with your name and address to Time, CBS, Chicago 90, Illinois. That's Time, CBS, Chicago 90, Illinois. And now, with William Conrad starred as Matt Dillon, here's the second act of Gunsmoke.
Here it comes now. There's the bullet. If it'll do any good.
It won't, Doc.
The slugs I dig out of the bodies all look alike.
Someday, though, they may figure a way to tell them apart. Maybe even tell which gun fired which bullet.
Oh, no, not a chance of it, Marshal. Well, I guess that's all I can do for the late lamented. Oh, you see he's only wearing one spur.
Yeah, I know. I got the mate to it here. That's what I wanted to talk to him about.
It's too bad, Marshal. His talking days are over.
Yeah, somebody made sure of that, all right. Then tried to cover the trail by scalping him.
Well, I can tell you one thing. It wasn't done by Indians.
That's my guess, too.
I've seen how Indians do it. Down in the territory, up in the Dakotas. Slick and clean. Nothing like this. Why, I could do a better job with my eyes closed.
Yeah, I bet you could.
Well, I guess I'd better get ready for the rush. Looks like a showdown, Marshal. And I don't see any way that you can stop it.
Neither do I.
Matt, over here, Matt.
Oh, hiya, Kitty.
Business again, Matt?
Well, I was looking for Ben Rourke.
He isn't here. He left about an hour ago. Some of his boys came after him. Matt, I waited for you last night.
I worked, Kitty.
All night?
Yeah.
There's a bad feeling near, Matt. What is it? What's going to happen?
I wish I knew.
They called all the soldiers from C Troop back to Fort Dodge this afternoon. I hear they're planning to move out then.
I hope not.
There's a lot of homesteaders in here drinking today. That's unusual for things. What's going to happen, Matt?
The bloodiest mess you've ever seen. And I don't know any way of stopping it. If I'd only found the Lisco Pete before they killed him. Now I got nothing to go on.
Lisco came in here last night, late after you'd gone.
What? Well, why didn't you let me know?
There wasn't time. He heard he was wanted and he left right away. His friends with him.
Friends? What friends?
I'd never seen him before. I think Pete had known him in the Pecos country. They're all pretty drunk.
How many were with him, Kitty?
3, I guess. One of them was named Red Dudley.
Red Dudley?
And one called himself Tulsa Jim. They kept talking about the Circle Bar beef
It
ranch.
might be. They could have ridden in last night ahead of the herd to look up Pete, and then they...
Oh, Marshal, say you better come on outside here if you want to stop a lynching.
Coming, Doc.
Be careful, Matt. Be careful.
What is it, Doc?
Ben Rourke and some of the cattle ranchers. They caught themselves an Indian, and they're going to string him up.
I doubt it.
We know what we're doing.
I hope so, Ben. Who have you got here?
One of the murdering skunks who wiped out the Thompsons. Any objections?
I might work up some, Ben. What's your name, fella?
He won't talk to you. Hasn't opened his mouth.
Look, fella, as an Indian, you're a ward of the government. I'm a U.S. Marshal. I represent the government. I'm here to protect you. Now, what's your name?
He talks well. Work hard. Good man, no kill.
What makes them think you did?
Say kill people, no kill.
He pleads not guilty, Ben.
Sure he does. Maybe you can explain why we caught him 2 miles from my ranch house. That reservation, what was he doing there?
What happened?
Mr. Rourke?
Maybe I can tell you what he was doing.
What?
Ezra Hawkins.
Inside, if you don't mind. Let me through here, please. Thanks. We got tired of waiting, Marshal. We come on into town.
Maybe that was a mistake, Hawkins.
Maybe. You have to play it the way you see it.
Look, mister, let's have it. What's this all about?
I'm a homesteader, Mr. Rourke.
Well, I accept your apology.
Weren't no apology. I just wanted you to know who those 100 men across the street were.
They all got guns. 100, huh? Well, there's 30 of us, so the odds aren't bad. What's on your mind?
This Indian's been working for us, Mr. Rourke. Tracking down fence cutter. Maybe that's why you caught him within 2 miles of your house. Got the nerve to come out and say what you mean, homesteader? You bet I have, fence cutter.
All right, hold it. Now, you're covered, Ben, and you too, Hawkins. This play's gone far enough.
Not giving a man a chance to draw, Matt?
Not this time, Ben. All right, Katuxta, climb off that horse and get over here behind me. Move slow and stay out of the line of fire. You men, if either side makes a move, Ben and Hawkins will be the first to get it. You understand?
Doc, take us in your office. Sure, right away. Well, Matt, what's the next step? You can't keep us here with our hands in the air forever.
I don't intend to. I got one of the murderers locked up in jail. I want you two to come along and listen to his statement, but leave the questions to me, all right?
It's just fine with me, Marshal. It's your show, Matt.
Good. Come on. Ben, Hawkins.
What's the matter, Matt?
Here, I'll get that gag off of him. You cut the ropes, Ben.
Right.
All right, Chester, here we go. Easy now. There. What happened, Chester?
Oh, they slipped in and got the drop on me, Mr. Dillon. Took Red Dudley with them. There was 2 of them, not more than 20 minutes ago.
Who were they? Did you know them?
Nope. Circle Bar B-boys, I think. They slugged me and thought I was out, but I heard them talking. They were all in with Pete on the Thompson killing.
Yeah, I know.
And they killed Pete, too. I was afraid you'd make him talk.
The question now is, where are they?
I know where. The Arkansas room.
The Arkansas, huh?
They planned to hold up there till it got dark. Maybe they've gone by now, though.
Maybe not.
Want some help, Matt?
No, thanks, Ben. It's my job. Mine and Chester's. Come on, Chester, let's go.
The room and house is all dark, Mr. Dillon.
That doesn't mean a thing. Watch the windows.
You, Dillon?
Drop behind that water trough here. Use your carbine, it's more accurate.
Yes, sir.
All right, Dudley. Come on out, you're under arrest.
Come and get it!
Fire at the flashes, Chester.
That came from the side window, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, 10 to 1, there's somebody behind the other corner. So, yeah, there was. Rake the front of the building, Chester.
Yes. I got one. He's hanging out the window.
Yeah, it's 2 down.
Dillon, hold your fire. I give up.
All right, come on out.
Be careful, Mr. Dillon. It may be a trick.
It's up to him. Come on out, Dudley.
Well, hurry it up. I'm coming. I got a bullet in my leg. I can't hurry very fast. You got me all wrong.
Watch it, he's drawing. Wrong, Chester. He started to. See if you can find the doc and get him to help you pack these things over to the jail.
Yes, right away, Mr. Dillon. Matt? Are you all right, Matt?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm all right, Ben.
Had a clean sweep, huh?
Looks that way.
Well, bullets are cheaper than rope.
I guess so. Ben, you and your boys aren't murderers like Red Dudley, but this business of fence cutting can lead to a range war, too. Like it or not, homesteading's here to stay. There's more of them coming in on every train.
I know all that. Those cattlemen built this country, Matt. A few more years now, they'll have us fenced out of it.
Times change, Ben. There's range still left out west from New Mexico, Arizona.
Yes, I know. Some of us been thinking about it. Matt, they'll fence you out too, you know.
Yeah, I guess they will. Well, when that time comes, I'll move on. If I'm still around.
Farms and families. Next thing they'll do is set up courts and bring the law in here.
Law's here now, Ben. In Dodge City, I'm the law.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was especially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in tonight's cast were Harry Bartell, Lou Krugman, and Georgia Ellis, with Jack Crucian, Barney Phillips, Vivi Janis, and Johnny McGovern. Marley Bear is Chester, and Howard McNear is Doc. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Jungle Legacy is the name of tonight's adventure with Tarzan. Listen as Tarzan, Lord of the Jungle, faces a band of unscrupulous men who seek a uranium deposit in Tarzan's realm, through which they hope to rule the world. Don't miss Jungle Legacy tonight, when most of these same CBS radio stations bring you Tarzan. It's packed with thrills, packed with action, packed with tense atmosphere. This is Roy Rowan speaking.
Remember, you're listening to Chin Radio AM 1540, the voice of multicultural Toronto, bringing you the latest updates on COVID-19. Stay informed, stay safe, and stay tuned to Chin Radio AM 1540.
Roma Wines presents Suspense. Roma Wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
Salud. Your health, senor.
Roma Wines toast the world. The wine for your table is Roma Wine, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
This is the man in black, here for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California, to introduce this weekly half hour of Suspense. Tonight from Hollywood, Roma Wines bring you a star, Mr. Gene Kelly, in a suspense play that tells of fear and suspicion and dangerous adventure on a long highway from California to New York. And so, with Death Went Along for the Ride, and with the performance of Gene Kelly as a man named George Javry, we again hope to keep you in suspense. Take Mr. Brown to 314. Yes, sir. I want a room. The name, sir? George Javry, but I haven't got a reservation. Oh? Well, I think we can fix you up, Mr. Javry, if you'll sign, please. Sure.
Excuse me, friend.
Yes?
I couldn't help hearing your name, Javry, huh?
Oh, that's right.
In relation to Frank Javry of Cincinnati?
Oh, not that I know of.
Oh. That's kind of a funny name. No offense, you understand, but I just thought, you know.
Sure, I know.
Been doing quite a lot of traveling, haven't you, Mr. Javry?
Huh?
I see all them stickers on your bags.
Oh, yes, I've been out of the country. Room 610, 450 a day. Will that be all right, Mr. Javry? Sure.
You, gonna stay in Reno very long?
Just overnight.
Going east?
Uh-huh.
You driving?
Yeah. Say, what do you want to know?
Thought I'd tip you off to a good place to eat, see? You like steaks?
Well, I can get them.
Better stop at Harry's place, then. Best steaks between here and Chicago. Here's the address. I wrote it down for another fellow this morning, but he left before I could give it to him.
Oh, well, thanks.
You, driving back east alone?
Yes. Say, what did you say your name was?
I didn't, but it's Brown. Steve Brown.
Well, look, Mr. Brown, if you want a free ride east, why don't you just...
Hey, no. I'm heading up to Portland, see.
Oh, well, have a good trip, Mr. Brown.
Same to you, Mr. Javry.
Thanks.
Don't forget to stop at Harry's place, Mr. Javry. I think you'll find it a very interesting spot. Very interesting.
Mr. Javry.
What is it?
Did you notice the fellow with only one arm?
No, where?
I didn't think you did. He said he was a friend of yours, but don't have nothing to do with him, Mr. Jabry. He's no friend of yours. He's no friend of anybody. Don't have nothing to do with him.
Oh, here's your drink, Mr. Jabry.
Thanks.
Oh, did your friend find you, Mr. Jabry?
What friend?
One-armed fella. He was looking for you. He said I should keep my eye out for you.
A one-armed man, Mr. Jabry? Why, no, there's no guest at the hotel that answers that description.
I tell you, I seen him coming out of your room, Mr. Jabry. I don't know how he got in there, but I seen him coming out.
You heard me. I'm checking out. If there's anything wrong. No, there's nothing wrong. I'm just checking out, that's all. But at 3 o'clock in the morning. Look, I said I'm checking out. Now, please get my bags out to the car. Just put them in the back of the car.
Yes, sir.
Now, look, kid, for the last time, do you know?
I don't know nothing, Mr. Jabry. Honest, I don't know nothing.
Okay, here.
Jeez. Look, here he comes now.
Hey, wait a minute.
Thanks, Mr. Jabry.
You, going east, mister?
Oh, it's you, huh? Say, what's the big idea?
What big idea?
Now, listen to me, my one-armed friend.
I can't help having one arm, mister.
All right. But what's the idea of following me around? You've been following me ever since I got here.
Oh, well, I'm sorry about that, mister.
So am I. Now, what about it?
Well, you see, I'm kind of down on my luck, so I'm hitchhiking. I gotta get east, and I heard you were going east, so... you are going east, ain't you, mister?
Well, yes. Yes, I am.
Do you mind if I come along with Pete?
Oh, all right, hop in. Say, there's one thing you haven't explained to me yet.
What's that?
What were you doing in my room? Hitchhiking?
I was never in your room.
The bellboy said he saw you come out.
I don't know what he said, but I was never in your room.
It's kind of late to start driving, I guess.
I don't mind. I am used to night work.
Oh. Say, I don't think I got your name.
Jones. Well, I'm Jones. They call me mostly.
You traveling far, Mr. Jones?
As far as St. Louis.
Uh-huh. Have you been in San Francisco lately?
No, I came by way of San Diego. Why do you ask, Mr. Jabry?
Oh, nothing. I thought I might have seen it.
What's the matter?
How did you know my name?
Your name? That's an old hitchhiker's gag. Hang around the hotel lobby and find out who's who and maybe where he's headed, see?
Yeah.
Say, there doesn't seem to be much traffic tonight, does there?
No. Are you looking for something?
Oh, just reaching for a cigar.
Get your hand out of your pocket.
I was...
Get it out, I said.
You don't have to pull a gun on me.
No. All right, Mr. Jones. Come on, let's have it. What's your game?
Game?
Yeah, your game. Come on, spill it.
I don't get it.
Neither do I. I suppose you haven't been tailing me ever since I checked in at that hotel.
Well, I explained about the hitchhiker.
Get out.
Out of the car?
You heard me.
Okay. But, Mr. Jabry...
What?
Don't be too surprised if you see me again sometime. Good night, Mr. Jabry.
Tonight for Suspense, Roma Wines bring you a star, Mr. Gene Kelly, whom you have heard in the prologue to Death Went Along for the Ride by Henry Denker and Ralph Berkey. Tonight's adventure in Suspense.
In this brief intermission in the play, let's imagine we're listening to a conversation taking place at the Smart Coral Beach and Tennis Club in Bermuda. An American about to depart for the States thanks his Bermudian friend for the gracious hospitality shown him. In particular, for the especially enjoyable wine his friend served. He remarks how much he'd like to be able to get some of that same wine at home. The Bermudian chuckles as he says, "But my friend, that wine you enjoyed so much, it comes from the great wine districts of your own California. It is Roma wine." Yes, friends, many Americans are still not aware that Roma wines are so highly rated in many foreign lands that they are imported to be enjoyed as rare luxuries. But here in America, we can still enjoy these superb Roma wines as a daily pleasure, well within reach of the most modest purse, with no high import duty, no expensive shipping costs included. That's why Roma wines cost you so little. Have you been overlooking the enjoyment these richly satisfying Roma wines offer? As a delectable beverage at any time, as the addition that can make any meal an occasion, as a sure-to-be appreciated offering to your guests when you entertain. You get some idea of the great worth of these fine Roma wines when you learn Roma wines are America's largest selling wines. I'll spell the name for you. R-O-M-A, Roma wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
And now it is with pleasure that we bring back to our soundstage our star, Gene Kelly, as George Javery in Death Went Along for the Ride, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
All right, put him up. Come on, get him up and step out in front of those headlights where I can see you. Come on before I let you.
Shoot, mister.
Well, what do you want?
Not to get shot right now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Kind of jumpy, aren't you?
Yeah, maybe. Were you going into this joint here?
Well, I was.
Well, come on, I'll buy you a cup of coffee.
I think I earned it at that.
Well, howdy, folks. Good to see somebody. I'm kind of late, eh?
Yeah. Black coffee, huh? How about you?
The same, I guess.
Look, I'm sorry I frightened you. Say, what's your name?
Eileen Harrison. What's yours?
George Javery. Say, what are you doing walking along 1,000,000 miles from no place at this time of night?
I started driving east in the $50 jalopy yesterday like a fool. It just fell apart on me. I was coming in here to phone or something.
Oh, how far east you going?
Greenwich, Connecticut.
I'm going to New York myself. You're welcome. I mean, if...
Well,
Oh, look, if you don't like me, you can always get out and start to walk again. What have you got to lose?
Well, all right. Thanks.
And I could use a little company right now.
Here you are. Piece of pie? Piece of pie, bud?
Huh? Oh, no.
How about a hamburger? We got good hamburgers, you know. We got...
No. Just be quiet a minute, will you?
Be quiet?
Yeah.
What's the matter?
Shh. Shut up now, the two of you.
Sure, anything you say.
Say, what's the matter with you?
I'm listening to something, that's all.
What?
There he comes.
Hey, where are you going?
That wasn't it.
You know, what's going on, bud? You hot or something?
Now there's a car out there. It's been following me for the last 200 miles.
Yeah? How'd you know?
I know it. I took a side road. He did too. I tried to duck him and he hung on. He kept following me. I'm sure that... Listen, that must be it now. He's not coming in. He's waiting.
For what?
Me. Look, Eileen, here are the keys to the car. Go out and drive it up the side entrance. I'll be waiting at the door.
All right.
No, go ahead. He won't hurt you. Hurry.
Okay.
Hey, mister, you ain't in trouble, are you? I don't want no trouble in my
keep your shirt on. You'll be all right. Here.
Don't you want your change?
No, keep it.
Hop in. I'll slide over.
Thanks. Look back now. See, that other car follows.
I don't think so. Say, look, Cal, I don't want to be nosy, but...
Eileen, I wouldn't kid you. I don't know what it is. Is anyone following us?
No, I don't think so. Oh.
Lights.
Well, that doesn't necessarily mean it's someone following us.
No? How fast are we going now?
About 60.
All right, watch.
Hey, please, be careful, George.
I'll be careful. Is he coming?
Uh-huh, I think he's gaining on us.
Yeah, I thought so. Well, we'll see how much this guy wants to play.
He had a pretty big car, you know.
Yeah, I know. Is he still gaining?
Closing up pretty fast.
Oh, I can't stand this much longer, and I'm going to do something about it.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to pull to one side, slam on the brakes, and see what happens.
George!
I'll force him into the ditch if I have to. It's what he's trying to do to us. Hang on.
George!
I'm trying to. Come on, let's get out of here.
He must have been killed.
Yeah. Did you see him as we hit?
Just for a second.
You notice anything about him?
Not much.
Well, I did. He was a man with only one arm. Well, this is that Harry's place that guy told me about. You sure you like steak?
Who doesn't?
Well, this is the place for you, then. Finest steaks inside Chicago, they tell me. Come on.
Table for two, sir?
Yeah, please.
Right this way.
The whole thing amounts to this.
Right here. Here's a nice table right by the window.
That's fine, thanks.
And Madame?
Thank you.
2 steaks, please. Both medium rare. All right?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
George, to get back to our little problem.
Our little problem?
All right, so it's your problem and I'm stuck with it. Are you sure you don't have any enemies?
How could I? I've been out of the country for over a year. I didn't have any when I left.
Well, could there be any connection with that work you were doing with the Chinese government?
No, not a chance. Well, look, I don't know any secret plans, and I have no Agent X9, and, well, all that's out.
Well, maybe it's all just a coincidence.
Oh, sure. A one-armed guy tags me all over Reno, then says he's a poor hitchhiker. Then he acts like he's trying to pull a stick up, and then 100 miles beyond where I dropped him, he shows up in a big Cadillac. Just a coincidence.
Call for Mr. Jabry.
George.
Telephone for Mr. Jabry. Call for George Jabry.
Yeah. Another coincidence.
What do you suppose?
I don't know, but I'm going to find out.
George, don't.
Come on, we'll both go answer it.
Are you Mr. Jabry?
Yeah.
Well, that's good. They've been trying to reach you all day.
All day?
Yes, this is about the 10th call we've had for you. The phone booth is right this way.
One little coincidence after another. Calling me all day at a joint I've never been in before in my life.
George, don't answer it.
Well, look, you just keep an eye out. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Can I help you, sir?
What? Yes, I had a call in this wire.
I'm sorry, but your party seems to have disconnected. Did you call them?
No, forget it.
What was it, George?
Come on, let's go out to the car.
Well, what was it?
I don't know. Whoever it was, as soon as I answered, they hung up. Come on, there's a guy following us. The guy I bumped into at the phone booth. Ah, that's what that phone call was for. Get in the car, quick.
Here he comes.
Oh, Mr. Jeffrey.
George is pointing something at
the camera.
Thanks, Mr. Jeffrey.
Hey, what's the idea of taking pictures of me?
It's a hobby. I'll send you a print at the morgue.
Come on, George, have fun. This is one of the really bright spots of old Chicago.
Yeah, a little too bright.
Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, we present direct from 10 weeks run in New York, the world-famed sharpshooter, Professor Glittenheimer.
All right, George, he's good. I saw his act in Hollywood. He's quite a comedian.
Well, that's swell. A little comedy would come in handy now.
Oh, George, you promised me. Come on, relax.
Okay.
He shoots at the light bulbs, and whether he hits them or not, they always break.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, blindfolded.
He didn't even aim at it.
Sure, that's the point. Later he's going to shoot straight up in the bulb in back of him, I'm afraid.
And now over my shoulder, the left shoulder, no, the right shoulder. It's hard again.
George, your glass, it shattered.
Come on, Eileen, we're leaving.
Please, ladies and gentlemen, please. The performance will continue. Please.
Oh, please wait, sir. Don't leave. I'm terribly sorry. Won't you stay and finish your dinner? Please, sir, our apologies. A most regrettable accident.
Yeah? Only it wasn't.
Wasn't?
Wasn't an accident. The comic up there shoots blank cartridges.
Well, of course, but...
Yes, and what broke my glass was a bullet. And it didn't come from the stage.
$1. Thank you.
Good old Bear Mountain Bridge. We're almost there.
Yep. With any luck, we ought to be in New York by 10 o'clock.
And the way you've been driving, I don't see how anyone could have followed us.
Oh, why do you think I was driving that way?
Gee, it's a beautiful night. Look at that moon.
Yeah. Let's stop a minute.
Why?
Oh, I don't know, just to look down at the water.
All right.
It's been a long time since I've seen the old Hudson River. I guess I better turn off the lights. I'm not sure I'm allowed to stop in the middle of the bridge.
Come over here by the rail, George. Gosh, isn't it lovely?
Yeah, it really is. Oh, look at that boat down there. It looks a little. I wonder how far it is down to that water from here. Oh, I guess about 150 feet or so.
I'm awfully glad you decided to come this way. Why did you?
Oh, it's less traffic and not as many cars as on the George Washington Bridge or the tunnel, and, well, there's less chance of being spotted.
You still thinking of that?
It's kind of hard to forget, isn't it?
Just the same, I wish you would. It's not doing me.
Look.
What?
It's a car, and it looks like it's going to pull up behind us.
George, do you think...
I don't know, but if some monkey's looking for trouble, he's going to get it because I've had enough.
What are you going to do?
Now, look, I'll crouch down in front of the car here where he can't see me. He'll pull up behind us so his headlights will be on us if he's up to anything funny.
He's beginning to pull over now.
Now, look, okay. You talk to him. Stall him. Never see him.
All right. But, George...
Hey, don't you know you're not allowed to stop in the middle of the bridge?
Why? I just stopped a minute to look at the water.
You alone?
Why, yes.
I thought I saw a man standing here with you just now.
No?
The California plate's on your car, ain't they?
Yes, I just drove through from the coast.
You pick up any hitchhikers on the way? Anybody that looks like this?
Like what?
Like the guy in this picture.
Well, that's the picture someone took of the...
I thought so. All right, sister, where is he?
Right here, bud.
George, look out, he's got a gun.
Why, you...
Now let's see how good you are without a gun.
George, the railing, he's trying to throw you over. He's done.
Come on, kid, let's go.
Oh, Commissioner Spears.
Well, we made it. Home at last.
Home? This is the Bancroft Hotel.
It's the only home I ever had in New York.
Boy, take these bags. Now, sir, if you leave the key, I'll have your car garage for you.
Yeah, sure, here.
Thank you.
George, I could go home, you know.
What? Travel out to Connecticut this time of night?
It isn't that far.
Come on, you get a good night's rest right here. Then you can catch an early train in the morning.
Well, all right.
Yes, sir. You'll wish a room then, sir?
2 rooms, please.
Yes, sir. Will you sign here, please?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Mr. Chip. Oh, Mr. George Jabbery.
What about it?
Nothing, sir. Only we have your reservations.
Reservation? But I... Oh, I get it. Another coincidence.
Sir?
Skip it.
George.
Eileen, look, maybe you're right. You better go on home.
George, you're coming home with me.
I'm sorry, Eileen, but this is journey's end, and I'm going to see it through.
Well, then, so am I.
Eileen.
Please, George.
Okay, come on. Well, what do you know?
What?
Our friend sitting over there by that post.
The man who took the picture.
Yeah. Last act coming up. Oh, clerk.
Yes, sir?
What room do I have?
706, sir.
That's fine. The lady?
Yes, sir. Room 614 for her. Front floor.
This way, Mr. Jeffrey.
Going up?
6, please. George, shouldn't you call the police or something?
Tell them what?
Oh, I don't know.
Now, look, honey, you get a good night's sleep, I'll be okay. I mean, after all, this is New York.
6 out. Good night, darling.
Good night.
Seven.
It's right this way, sir, to the left. Here we are, sir.
Just put the bags over there, son.
Will that be all, sir?
Yeah, here.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, George Jeffrey. Took you longer than I expected.
Brown, a man I met in Reno. What are you doing here?
Waiting for you. And the name ain't Brown, it's Jeffrey.
Jeffrey?
Yeah, George Jeffrey. Jeffrey, I can't thank you enough for what you've done for me.
What I've done for you?
Sure. You've been a great help.
All right, let's have it.
Look, Jeffrey, you've come to the end of the road. But I think you're entitled to know why. You don't know me, do you? I'm Bill Malone.
Oh, Scarface Malone.
Yeah. Only I don't have scars anymore, see? That's the point. Took me 2 years and a lot of pain to get a new face. And I didn't get it just to look good in a coffin. Know what I mean?
No, I'm afraid I don't.
After a guy in my business has been away for a year or two, he's not always welcome back, see? And he generally finds out about it with a bullet in the back. That's why you struck me as a good idea.
Oh, I did I?
Yeah. I don't believe in taking chances, see? The boys thought I was coming east under the name of George Jeffrey.
Oh, so the one-armed guy and all the rest?
No, he was one of my boys. You were kind of rough with him, Mr. Jeffrey.
Well, he wasn't exactly playing beanbag himself.
Jerry, he wouldn't hurt you. I just sent him to tell you so I'd have a light on where you were. After you dusted him off, it was just a break for me that you went to that steakhouse. Otherwise, I might have lost you.
A candid cameraman, too, I suppose.
Yeah. After I lost Jerry, I figured I wouldn't take any chances. Send a picture around to the boys. Like the guy that took a pot at you in Chicago. And the guy you tossed over the bridge. The boys that were out to get me, see? Only they didn't know all the time it was you. No chances. Know what I mean?
Yeah. Only I can't exactly say I'm glad to have been of service. So if you drop that gun, I'll go.
Not yet, Jeffrey. There's just one thing more you can do.
Yeah?
Stand over by that window.
What for?
Stand over there and drop your hands. Boys wouldn't quite understand if you had your hands up.
The boys?
Yeah. The ones I've been telling you about. When I pull up that shade, they're going to take a pot shot at me through that window. When they do, they'll get me. Only it'll be you. They'll never know the difference. Now, over that window. They know you're already here, so move.
You, don't mind if I sort of stroll, do you? After all, this is a surprise.
Come on. Over to that window.
And if I don't?
I'll plug you.
And if I do? You see, Malone, that's the trouble with your system. No incentive. You know what
Don't make a move.
George, is anything wrong? George!
Get over there in that corner.
Don't hurt her, Malone.
Just gonna lock the door, that's all. Taking no chances, see?
Then here's some light so you can see what you're doing.
What are you...
George! Oh, George!
Oh, it's all right, Owen. Hey, it's all right, darling. Well, there lies our nemesis, the late Mr. Scarface Malone. Otherwise known as the guy who never took chances.
But he's dead.
Yeah, smart guy. But he made just one mistake. He forgot that the door is right in line of fire with the window.
George, what are you going to do?
I'm going to call the police and explain this little drama to them. After all, I think it's about time people stop taking pot shots at your future husband. Don't you?
so closes Death Went Along for the Ride, starring Gene Kelly. Tonight's tale of suspense. Mr. Kelly appeared through courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of The White Cliffs of Dover.
When entertaining guests at your home, are you able to go into your aroma wine cellar and say, which would you prefer, this delightful sherry or this sweeter, heavier port? Whichever of these or any others of the many equally fine Roma California wines you offered your guests, they would find you had poured a world of satisfaction into their glasses. If you are not one of the millions already enjoying these good Roma wines, don't put off this great treat another day. You'll be surprised at the tiny cost your Roma wine dealer will ask for such great enjoyment. Only pennies a glass by actual check. Now you can boast of your own private wine cellar, your private Roma wine cellar. And then, in